1-800.
It's over! Turn 7 liquidation must vacate Moorestown immediately. We've officially lost our lease. And now to the bare walls, everything must be sacrificed. All apparel and footwear is an extra 50% off our already lowest ticketed price. All Turn 7 furniture, electronics, and toys below cost. As low as 2 for $5, even 3 for $1. We've lost our lease in Moorestown and must liquidate and vacate now. Turn 7! Philadelphia Mills had a closing forever liquidation in Moorestown. Turn 7 liquidations.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief
I'm Stuart
Advocates.
Vonnie.
I'm Martha McCallum.
I'm Jason Chaffetz, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Friday, February 16th, 2024. I'm Jared Halpern. A court date is set in the first felony trial for former President Trump. Fox News Sunday host Shannon Bream explains the balance between courtroom and campaign appearances.
If you've got a private jet and you can be in court all day saying, look at them beating me up and bringing these charges, and you can just go somewhere every night and rally people to say, look, I told you, and this is true, and this is proving it, I think with his really hardcore supporters, it's only going to make them dig in more.
And Lisa Brady. February is American Heart Month, a good time to learn about keeping your heart healthy and finding out if it's not.
The biggest issue, the biggest barrier for heart disease treatments is awareness, and people just aren't aware of their potential issues.
And this is Rachel Cruz. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
A date is set for a first-of-its-kind trial for a former president. New York Supreme Court Justice Juan Merchan denied a motion to dismiss charges against former President Trump in a case alleging he falsified business records to make hush money payments to an adult film star during his run for president in 2016. Jury selection will begin on March 25th for the first criminal prosecution ever of a former president.
So it's a very unfair situation. They want to keep me nice and busy so I can't campaign so hard.
Former President Trump has called the criminal case and 3 others he's facing election interference at the direction of the Justice Department. After the trial date was set for next month, he told reporters he'd campaign in the evening.
We'll just have to figure it out. I'll be here during the day and I'll be campaigning during the night. Biden should be doing the same thing, but he'll be sleeping.
As that decision in New York was delivered, more than 800 miles to the southwest in an Atlanta courtroom, the Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis testified in a hearing about her prosecution of the former president and many others connected to efforts to overturn the 2020 election.
I've probably said some choice things to him about some of the lies they were told. Okay. And been printed in the media because, you know, we used to be in a day and time where you had 60 Minutes and people did stories and they verified information and you had this great reporting. But it seems today that a lawyer writes a lie and then it's printed for all of the world to see.
Attorneys for former President Trump and other defendants say Willis should be removed from the case because of a romantic relationship with a special prosecutor she hired to lead her investigation. The split-screen legal proceedings highlight the legal and political challenges facing the far and away favorite for the Republican nomination.
I mean, we're talking about dozens of counts of felony criminal accusations. Now, Thankfully, in our country, you're innocent until proven guilty. So there's a long way to go in these prosecutors having to come forward and show their evidence.
Shannon Bream is Fox News legal affairs correspondent and the anchor of Fox News Sunday.
If he's convicted, that's a different story. It doesn't stop him from running, but there is some softening in the polls if he is convicted on criminal charges. But for now, the majority of people say when you poll GOP potential voters, they don't really care. And the more that he's in court and can come out and say, this is the establishment after me, this is not a, prosecution only, it's a persecution, it's worked really well for him in fundraising, in polling, in wiping out nearly all of his rivals. And they've been forced to rush to his defense time and time again with these hearings. So listen, this campaign is going to be unlike any we've seen before, especially if we have a rematch of 2020, which polling showed us people didn't want it. But if you've got a private jet and you can be in court all day saying, look at them beating me up and bringing these charges, and you can just go somewhere every night and rally people to say, look, I told you, and this is true, and this is proving it. I think with his really hardcore supporters, it's only going to make them dig in more.
And I really do want to start actually with what's happening in Georgia. So much of what's happening now are these 2 days of hearings on this alleged improper relationship between the DA in Fulton County, Fani Willis, and the attorney she hired to kind of lead the investigation. I guess my question is, if there was a relationship that predated her appointing him, why is that grounds then to kind of dismiss the whole case?
Nathan Wade, he's facing the possibility that he didn't tell the truth or fully tell the truth. But the question, I think, gets to be, was there a misuse of state money? Was there money that Fani Willis at some point was using to pay him that he was then benefiting her by going on vacations and those kinds of things? So it's a question about improper use of funds. He has said over and over again that they split their vacations, that she paid him back in cash whenever he put something on a credit card or paid for a cruise or some other trip. Obviously cash is untraceable in these transactions. So, he's testifying under oath. That's what happened. But it really gets to the fact of, did they abuse or misuse funds? More personally to them, it would be whether they lied under oath at any point. Okay. Bottom line, though, this thing was roughly supposed to start in August. If you bounce a prosecutor or two, you could have to reconfigure the legal team. Could certainly end up with a very lengthy delay if the judge decides something nefarious was going on.
Because a lot of the questions that have happened on Thursday, too, have kind of been on timeline. The attorney Wade says that the relationship with Willis started after she had appointed him in this special investigative role. Does that matter in the context of whether or not a judge kind of allows this case to move forward?
I think it really goes back to the money. Again, if it's traceable that she hired and paid him and then he used that money to benefit her in some way, which I think is going to be tough for them to connect all those dots. But it's really about the flow of that money.
And so that would certainly be an abuse of power, I suppose, is the allegation. So if that were to be found and the judge says, yeah, I think that occurred, is the next step then to remove Willis as the prosecutor? And if that's the case, does it go away for everybody? And what about the people who have already pleaded guilty?
Well, so, if this judge decides to say that Fani Willis can't continue to prosecute this case or Nathan Wade can't, either or, obviously she would be a much bigger blow to this, because if you put together a new prosecution team, what if they decide that they present this case and they don't even bring charges, or they bring different charges or lesser charges?
So they would essentially have to start at square one.
They could. That's the worst case scenario for the Georgia prosecutors, best case scenario for Trump and his legal team and all those other defendants.
So let's turn then to New York. This is another state prosecution that deals with that hush money payment back during the former president's first run for office. So this is being brought forward by the Manhattan DA. The judge has said that he is not dismissing, and that this trial is going to start next month?
It sounds like they're going to start jury selection March 25th. So, as you know, the former president, has a very busy schedule.
I'm looking at the election. Sorry, I was just looking at the primary calendar. I'm trying to.
Yeah, that's just one of the many things But remember, Jack Smith has wanted to start his trial on the January 6th, obstruction, those kinds of charges, March 4th. That's most certainly not happening.
Seems unlikely at this point, yeah.
Seems very unlikely at this point. But gosh, there's going to be a jam up at some point of these multiple cases. You've got the Mar-a-Lago documents case that was supposed to begin in May. These cases can't overlap, and I think the judges will, and these courts will have to have some coordination on that front, because some of these things he's required, the former president is required to be in the courtroom for the federal criminal cases unless something else has been worked out. It isn't like the Georgia case, which is RICO and, 18, 19 defendants and all these other people. So I think you're talking about, a matter of a couple weeks on the New York. I mean, that's just a guess on that one.
Let me finish with the legal aspect, because you did bring up sort of the special counsel and what his timeline was looking like. The Supreme Court has now, do they have everything they need to figure out this question of immunity as it relates to the January 6th trial?
Yeah, it sounds like it. So you've got former President Trump and his legal team asking the Supreme Court to stay that decision that went against him on the immunity issue. They filed for the stay, and here's this expedited schedule possibly for briefing and arguing this case. Their term ends the end of June, and, Smith is asking for something much quicker than that, if they take it.
And they do seem to be inclined to expedite when they need to. I mean, you and I were in arguments in the Colorado ballot case, and we're waiting an opinion on that. But that was a wildly fast timeline for the Supreme Court.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and when you say that to people, somebody said to me, why don't we have a decision yet on the Colorado ballot case? I'm like, you do not understand. This has been lightning speed. This court, it takes years to get there, and you and I have just witnessed this happening in weeks. So I do think we get that Colorado decision pretty quickly, and I think the immunity decision could come pretty quickly, too. I mean, they have what they need to sit down and vote. We know they're in conference on Friday. If they don't vote before then, they can vote anytime. But we know they do work on these, Friday conferences, take votes on cases and that kind of thing. So I would imagine we can get an order relatively quickly from the court saying we're in or we're out on the immunity issue.
We'll be watching for that. Let's talk a little bit about what was another unprecedented moment, really, was the Intelligence Committee chairman putting out a kind of cryptic message that there is this national security concern that is so great that it needs to be declassified so it can be openly discussed with allies and members of Congress. Took this step to make that available to members of Congress, wants the president to declassify it. Obviously, a lot of reporting done by especially our own Jackie Heinrich here at the White House indicates that this is a new capability in the Russian military. It's not operative, but it's worrisome. What do we make of all of this, given, the debate with Ukraine aid and kind of growing concerns about this geopolitical...
There were so many statements that came out that said, we've been aware of this threat. It's based on raw intelligence. It is not something happening today or tomorrow, but it is a medium to long-term issue that we've got to handle. So, Mike Turner coming out, the chairman... making this statement raised a lot of eyebrows. They were about to, in the House, debate the FISA framework, which we're led to believe that's where this raw intelligence came from, was through the use of FISA. So
some of those provisions expire in April. Congress is going to have to renew them. Yeah.
Right. And it allows surveillance of communications and those kinds of things. And so there are a lot of conservatives who are very, very upset about the use of FISA. And listen, I got to say, some folks on the left, too, are out there saying there should be no use of this that accidentally or purposefully scoops up Americans, which does happen. We've got, obviously, Fourth Amendment rights and all kinds of things. So there's an interesting coalition of left and right who say we've got major problems with FISA. It got yanked. The speaker pulled it from consideration after this Mike Turner announcement. So the question was, did Mike Turner feel like it was a good argument for FISA? Let's put it out there. Did he feel like it's a good argument for more aid to Ukraine? Let's get it out there. Or was there something else? But the timing just made a lot of our antenna go up.
And you're right. Given even the narrow margins of difference in the parties, there is also some bipartisan concerns, some civil libertarian concerns from Republicans and Democrats. And there are arguments that we've been hearing, really since the aftermath of 9/11, when FISA really was put to the forefront, expanded. And certainly there has been a lot of criticism of the way that FISA was used as part of the Mueller report and the sort of investigation that predated the Mueller report, right? That's where a lot of the Republican, specifically concerns are rooted.
Yeah, and the tricky thing with FISA is it's ex parte, meaning that only one side is represented. The government goes in and says, we have this, concern, we need a warrant. So there's no one showing up from the other side because you can't tip them off. You can't say like, oh yeah, we're going to drag this person in here and let them fight about whether we can get a warrant or not. But because of that, the FISA courts are exceptionally powerful. And we saw exposure about was information falsified that was given to the FISA court? And is that how some of these warrants were obtained? And I think a lot of that blew up in the wake of the Mueller investigation and has made people very skeptical about it, lawmakers and everyday Americans alike.
Shannon Bream, appreciate the time as always.
Thanks, Jared. Always great to chat with you.
Dom time. Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You still thinking job change in the new year? Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy. IT? Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI. That's what I did. Really? How? Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up. Sweet. Are classes online or on campus? Both. Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Hello, America. It's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you don't have Consumer Cellular yet, now is the perfect time to switch and save. For a limited time, new customers can get wireless service for as low as $15 a month for your first year. Yep, the same exact nationwide coverage as the leading carriers for $15 a month for an entire year. What are you waiting for? Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and use code RADIO15.
See consumercellular.com/firstyear15 for promotional details.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Every child deserves the best teachers, facilities, and academic programs to set them up for success. At Milton Hershey School in Hershey, Pennsylvania, we make that a reality for children from qualifying families who are looking for greater opportunities. Milton Hershey School enrolls students from pre-K through 12th grade from across the United States to live and learn on a beautiful state-of-the-art campus with all costs covered. Are you looking to set your child up for success or know a child who could benefit from Milton Hershey School? Learn more at mhskids.org/admissions.
It's President's Day all month long at TurnersvilleJeep.com, your zero-down Jeep and Ram headquarters. Come to TurnersvilleJeep.com, and qualified buyers can get incredible zero-down deals on a massive inventory of new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks Philly buyers, visit toll-free Turnersville and we'll pay your tolls. Don't miss this incredible zero-down President's Day event all month long at TurnersvilleJeep.com on Route 42 in Turnersville. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
If this cold winter we've endured hasn't yet convinced you to replace your drafty, inefficient windows and doors, then maybe the great people at Guida Door and Window can help by giving you one more month to do so at their best prices of the year. If you haven't taken advantage of Guida's big winter sale, here's your last chance to do so by receiving 40% off every window and door you buy. That's 40% off each expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass, and 40% off any high-quality door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. And you can pay now and buy later with Guida's interest-free financing or low monthly payment plans. This offer will expire at the end of February, so don't let this final chance for big savings pass you by. If your home needs new windows and doors, call the experts at Guida today. Schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Hey, this is John Ritchie. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and you're not using a PDQ POS system, it's time to make the switch. PDQ POS will not only save you time, effort, and money, but it's the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available. That's why PDQ POS has been the top-rated restaurant management system for over 35 years. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, PDQ can help your business succeed. Visit pdqpos.com.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. Kayal and Company, morning 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Sean Faresh joining us here as he always does on Kayal and Company. You'll hear him coming up on Monday morning, President's Day, from 6 to 10 a.m. Have you decided which hour of the show you'll be Trump and what other presidents you might imitate?
7 years ago, we had a tremendous guy with beautiful complexion and blonde hair as a nice thing. And, we went to Gettysburg and we did tremendous over there. George Santos fought in Gettysburg. It was tremendous. He really did a wonderful job. Monday is going to be a great day. I cannot wait. Thank you for the opportunity again. We're going to have so much fun.
Knock him dead, brother. We know you'll do a great job.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you had a service technician out recently from one of the large private equity-owned HVAC companies? Did they tell you to replace equipment you thought was working fine? Did you know that their service technicians have quotas that they either meet or get fired? Whoops, that was a secret. Here's another secret. My 70-year-old family-owned company does not have quotas. My guys are there to fix, not sell, and that's why you can trust us. Contact us now at marvinecans.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here to tell you why now is the best time to take your car to United Tire. Right now, you'll save an extra $100 on any 4 BF Goodrich tires. That's an instant $40 in savings on BF Goodrich tires, plus a $60 rebate during their President's Day tire sale. Stop by or schedule an appointment today at one of their 10 locally owned United Tire locations to get fast and friendly service from their highly skilled technicians. Visit UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Time to finally lose that weight the safe and natural way with NJ Diet. Their results are nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. With NJ Diet, you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. Then NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep the weight off. No hormones, no prepackaged foods, no shots. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or schedule your consult at njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Do you want to taste what America has to offer without leaving your own backyard? Then come to Liberty Union Bar and Grill in Chester Springs and Kimberton, where they feature Americana comfort food served in a warm and inviting bar and dining room. What are you doing for the big game on Sunday? Check out Liberty Union with a free halftime wing and pasta buffet, or come for Valentine's Day with a 3-course meal for $99 a couple. Liberty Union Bar and Grill in Chester Springs and Kimberton, home of the free tater tots. Visit libertyunionbar.com.
Just one question can save a child's life. Before your child visits a friend, ask if there's an unlocked gun in the house. With an average of 13 children dying from guns every day, guns are now the leading cause of death among children. Ask the question and do your part to keep children safe. To help get the conversation going, 59 regional hospitals united to offer life-saving tips. Learn more by visiting hospitalstogether.com. That's hospitalstogether.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And this is the Fox Business Report.
The Dow gained 349 points Thursday, the Nasdaq 47, and the S&P 500 just over 29, to finish with its 11th record close of the year at more than 5,029. One of the main reasons for the gains, retail sales for January lighter than expected, down 0.8 of a point, raising hopes for future rate cuts from the Fed. Later this morning, the Producer Price Index for January will be revealed. Applications for unemployment benefits fell last week by 8,000, down to 212,000. DoorDash said people ordered more on its app last quarter than they did during the pandemic, driving revenue and earnings to record highs. And the online betting site DraftKings says its revenue surged 44% during the fourth quarter, and it will acquire the lottery app Jackpocket for about $750 million in cash and stock. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
The human heart works hard, beating more than 2.5 billion times in an average 70-year lifespan. But it also takes work to keep a heart healthy, which is why February is American Heart Month, raising awareness about who's at risk for heart disease and how to help avoid it. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention recommends not smoking, reducing salt, saturated and trans fats, and exercising.
The general recommendations from the CDC are to aim for obtaining 150 to 300 minutes of physical activity at a moderate intensity per week.
But Cassandra Ledman of Purdue University says regardless of the amount or type of exercise, consistency is the key.
What's been proven is that all-cause mortality and numerous other disease risks will be substantially reduced if an individual is consistently participating in an exercise over time.
Women are a special focus for this year's awareness campaign. The CDC says nearly half of U.S. women don't realize that heart disease is the leading cause of death for women. In general, there's a heart attack every 40 seconds in the U.S., and someone dies from cardiovascular disease every 33 seconds.
As we all know, heart disease is the leading cause of mortality globally.
Dr. Craig Bassman is Associate Director for the Structural and Congenital Heart Program at Hackensack University Medical Center in New Jersey. He says understanding family history is the first step, but other risk factors can be addressed, including blood pressure, cholesterol, and obesity.
And there's so many numerous avenues to kind of enhance the outcomes through both prevention and intervention techniques that we now have as a cardiology community. And I think that the biggest issue, the biggest barrier for heart disease treatments is awareness. And people just aren't aware of their potential issues, family histories, lifestyle, diet, all these sorts of things. And that's why I think globally heart disease is the #1 killer.
I feel like we take our hearts for granted.
You could certainly say that, and these, again, the heart, there's so many components to the heart. There's the valves, there's the vessels that supply the heart, there's the electrical aspect of the heart, and there's the actual pump function. I mean, the heart is a muscle that, needs blood supply, needs nutrients as well. And all these things factor into why we're seeing so much heart disease.
A lot of things could go wrong with all those different parts. But I know blood pressure is a big part of all of this, right? The threshold for what's considered normal blood pressure, quote unquote, was lowered in recent years, in the U.S. at least. Has that change registered with people? Are they paying more attention to that?
I think that in terms of blood pressure, blood pressure is a long-term thing, and it's over your lifestyle. We need to control the blood pressure to an acceptable level. And, whether the definition is 120 millimeters of mercury or 130 millimeters of mercury, it's really negligible effects having the difference in 120 and 130. And I think globally, we just have to focus on awareness for blood pressure and the importance of treatment. And if we can get people to an acceptable level, whether you want to call that 120 or 130, it doesn't really matter that much. I think just mostly the aim of blood pressure is controlling it over your lifespan with things like medications, diet, exercise, reducing salt intake.
I know there's been much more of an emphasis in recent years, or recent decades, really, on women's heart health and awareness. Is it a more serious problem for women, or was it just that women were not as aware or not paying as much attention to their heart health?
It's a great point, because, a lot of the risk factors are more common in men, and heart disease in general is more common in the male population, but we're undertreating women. And that's purely based on the lack of awareness that we're not focusing our resources towards heart health in the women population. And there's been a tremendous surge in terms of activity amongst the cardiology community focusing on women's heart health and awareness for that. And improving awareness is going to eventually improve outcomes in the women population, because even though perhaps they have less heart disease proportionally and statistically compared to men, there's still a large sample size that are having heart disease. It's still the number one killer. So, we really have to combat that.
Certainly, when things go wrong, this can all contribute to very bad outcomes, stroke, heart attack, death. In terms of terminology, though, heart disease, that phrase has always confused me a little bit. How is heart disease different than other types of heart conditions or things that could lead to a heart attack? You know what I mean? What's under the category of heart disease?
I like to divide it up into 4 components of the heart, and all of them can have disease, right? There's the pump, which is the actual muscle of the heart. And the pump is, as I said, a muscle, and that can weaken over time, and that's what we refer to as heart failure. Then there's the vessels of the heart, right? Those are the blood vessels that supply the heart with oxygen and with nutrients. And these vessels over time can have blockages, right? Which we commonly associate with the possibility of heart attacks. So, blockages can create heart attacks. And with lack of blood flow to the heart, there's other issues that patients are predisposed to, things like arrhythmias, things like heart failure as well. So there's the vessels. Then there's the electrical system. We can have the heart go too slow, which is a problem in the elderly, and arrhythmias, which can also happen in the young patients where the heart goes too fast and put patients in danger. And lastly, there's the valves. So that's the fourth component. Valve's job: open like a door, let blood flow out, close like a door so blood doesn't go back into the heart chamber. And these valves can become faulty over time. So there's really many components of heart disease. And I think that globally, and when we talk about heart awareness, predominantly we're trying to focus on reducing heart attacks. But there's so many different components of the heart. And now at this stage in the field, we have subspecialists for each category. And we also have subspecialists among those categories as well.
What should people do to take better care of their hearts overall?
I think the number one risk factor is your genes, and that we can't control. But diet and lifestyle are what we can modify. And so the question is how aggressive do we need to be? Because, the problem with all these dietary studies that we see is they're observational studies. So, we talk about a true vegan diet is associated with decreased strokes, decreased heart attacks. But at the same time, who are the people that are probably a little more physically active and the people that have probably healthier lifestyle? Anecdotally, we see that all the time. So, diet we know is important, and we can make measures to improve our diet. The question is how aggressive do we need to be? And I think that there are some that are very strict. For me, I try to just counsel patients in moderation. The dietary guidelines recommend something like red meats and processed foods, once a week. And I think that, we don't want to cut those things out, but at the same time, we need to moderate that. The biggest pandemic that we have in this community is obesity, and now we have drugs that are focused on reducing those things. But before we even jump to those drugs, it's lifestyle modifications. It's things like diet, and then trying to exercise. And in every study we've ever looked at, exercise is associated with reduced cardiovascular outcomes as well.
There's always a question of how much exercise is needed to make a difference, because it can be very discouraging if you're assuming that you need to spend an hour a day at the gym. Is that something where, even in moderation, it does help? Yeah, I think that exercise has consistently demonstrated positive cardiovascular effects, but committing time and effort to the gym can be challenging, and especially when we're talking about individuals who are working extended hours or have family obligations as well. Children at home, it can be difficult. So I think that the best thing is just some cardiovascular, some increasing heart rate, and doing some aerobic exercise at least a few times a week, getting the heart rate up. It doesn't have to be an hour in the gym, but even 20 minutes 3 times a week is better than nothing. And I think that, the difference between 20 minutes 3 times a week versus someone that does 1 hour every single day, I don't know that downstream you're going to have that much of a reduced heart disease based on the fact that you go to the gym for longer. I think that a small amount, it will help a lot. There's a recent lawsuit that is arguing you can cause permanent damage to the heart by drinking too much caffeine. And this has to do with a sort of a charged beverage that is sold at a restaurant chain. There have been lawsuits blaming deaths on that, but now there's this new lawsuit that says, hey, this is causing permanent heart damage. What's your take on that?
We all have to understand that caffeine and these sort of sugar drinks can precipitate arrhythmias and heart conditions. In an underlying normal heart, it would be unlikely for that to happen. But once you have an arrhythmia, there's downstream effects. I mean, if you have an arrhythmia that's not caught quickly and it leads to cardiac arrest, I mean, these are potential issues that you're going to deal with for the rest of your life, and many people won't survive, right? I mean, cardiac arrest, we know 90% of people outside the hospital don't survive. So to say that caffeine is the direct cause of long-term issues with the heart, I think it's inaccurate. But to say that caffeine can precipitate a pre-existing heart condition that can lead to heart damage, that's obviously accurate. And really the battle will be, how do we screen for these things? How do we find the patients that are predisposed to having arrhythmias, especially the younger population, and that we have to caution things like energy drinks in?
One last thing, in your experience, is there something that people overlook when it comes to their heart health, or maybe a misconception about, how much is too much of things like caffeine, or how much is not enough in terms of exercise, or something like that, something that people are overlooking or looking at the wrong way?
Well, I think that, recent events, and we've seen a lot of sudden cardiac death in the news with some prominent athletes, and based on recent events, even though there hasn't been a surge, if you look from a nationwide standpoint, of cardiac events in the young population, but one is too many, and I think that one of the things that we need to focus on as a whole nation and as a cardiology community is how we screen young athletes, how we screen young patients for potential heart disease that could lead to devastating events. And there are many countries that are doing this and showing successful data. The cost effectiveness is another question, but to me, to prevent one death is there's no price.
Cardiologist Dr. Craig Bassman, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
You see a huge group of people and maybe they're in line to do something and they seem happy about it. You have to wonder, okay, what am I missing? What's going on here? What are these people excited about? Well, in this case, it's thousands of people and they're joining Medishare. Why? Well, Medishare is a much more affordable alternative to health insurance. It's reliable, too. It's a well-run community of Christians. They've been sharing each other's medical expenses for more than 30 years, so it's proven. And if you switch, you'll likely save hundreds of dollars a month. Most members wind up paying about half what they used to. And you know what? They find they like it better. Medishare's member satisfaction rate is 98%. That's way better than health insurance, as you might imagine. You don't have to pay for things you don't believe in. You get telehealth 24/7, huge freedom in choosing your doctors. At least check into it. This may be one of those things where you're like, why didn't I do this a long time ago? Why not start saving now? Call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Start at PI Dental Center. With the latest in digital technology to state-of-the-art treatment, PI Dental Center is a full-service practice. 2 board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, are originators of the Teeth in a Day protocol, a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth on the same day as the implants are placed. Hey, I've been a patient of PI Dental for over 20 years, and now is the time for you to invest in yourself. Visit PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A Philadelphia police officer shot and killed a driver who struck him with their car last night. A family of 3 is dead in Holmesburg, and carbon monoxide poisoning is suspected to be the cause. A new report shows nearly 5,000 people have died from gun violence in the U.S. so far this year.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Don't miss The Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
February is the perfect time to get your orders in for a sumptuous meal from Captain Chucky's. Right now, try the all-new Bang Bang Jumbo Lump Crab Cake. A delicious, creamy 5-ounce jumbo lump breaded crab cake with a kick for those who like to spice it up with some heat. Check your nearest store for availability. Locations everywhere. Visit WeLoveCrabCakes.com. That's WeLoveCrabCakes.com. Visit the location nearest you. WeLoveCrabCakes.com.
Download the free Upside app and earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GIFT for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. That's promo code GIFT.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. A surprise appearance by Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis at a hearing for Donald Trump's Georgia election interference case yesterday. Several co-defendants are seeking to have Willis removed, alleging she had an inappropriate relationship with a special prosecutor she appointed to oversee the case. Willis saying her relationship with Nathan Wade was never romantic.
The nature of our relationship is companionship and friendship. Despite the way people would like to paint certain women, it's just not true.
The debate on a $95 billion foreign aid package continues in Congress. Michigan Congressman John James telling Fox's special report with Brett Baer.
We must secure our own border, and we have to stick with our allies.
House Speaker Mike Johnson says the package that does not include border funding is dead on arrival in the House. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Iowa star Caitlin Clark set a new all-time NCAA women's basketball scoring record Thursday, passing Washington's Kelsey Plum with her 3,528th career point. She finished the night with 49 points as the Hawkeyes beat Michigan 106-89. Major League Baseball Commissioner Rob Manfred told reporters Thursday that he will retire when his term is up in 2029. He's been in charge since 2015. On the PGA Tour, Tiger Woods says he suffered back spasms towards the end of his first round at the Genesis Invitational. He finished 1 over par on the day. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Tony Genualdo, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
To me, what's lost in the shuffle in all of this is one word: authenticity. And that's what I want our show to be known as, right? I agree with most things that are written at Outkick. What I want our audience to know is that we are about authenticity first. If I think it's stupid to try to cancel Bud Light because they made a bad marketing decision, I'm going to tell you, and we told you that over and over again. Cancel culture is cancel culture, however you want to church it up. It's all the same. I hate all of it. So I'm not going to sit here in one breath and say, boy, it's really dumb for left-wingers to try to cancel this conservative because they made this joke, while also saying, hey, everyone, boycott Bud Light because they made a bad marketing decision that we all disagree with. I disagree with the marketing decision. But if you want to drink Bud Light, drink Bud Light. That's an authentic approach, right? That is something that we're going to look at every situation and give you authenticity. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
There's nothing quite like the Honda Accord Hybrid and the CR-V Hybrid when it comes to exhilarating efficiency. With hybrid technology and thrilling capability, these vehicles deliver an electrifying performance on every drive. But what truly makes these hybrids special is the unwavering determination that inspires everything we do. Redefine your driving experience with Honda, KBB.com's best value brand of 2023.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
Based on 2023 brand image awards from Kelly Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
I'm always striving to live my healthiest life, so I need a health plan that has my back. With Independence Blue Cross, I get access to the largest network of doctors and hospitals in the region and free virtual doctor visits 24/7. Plus, with premiums as low as $0 per month, I can stay on top of my health and keep my budget in check. Independence has given me coverage I can count on, and they'll do the same for you. Learn more about your coverage options at IBX.com.
Time for your Fox News commentary.
Rachel Cruz.
What's on your mind?
A lot of married couples believe the best way to avoid fighting when it comes to money is just to separate your bank accounts. His paycheck goes into his account, her paycheck goes into hers, and everything is fine, right? But what you don't realize is that money plays such a crucial role in your life. And when you start to separate out money, you start to separate out your unity when it comes to a married couple. Now, I know the idea of combining finances is really controversial these days. And if it wasn't modeled well for you growing up, or it's not what you're used to, it can almost feel scary. And so when you realize, no, if we can be at a place where we can be vulnerable, actually talk about when it comes to money, what we're spending our money on, what we want to invest in, what we want to give to, there becomes this place of unity and depth in your marriage. Because here's the deal. Once you say, I do, you become one. And you become one in every aspect of your life. This is a person that you're going to walk your entire life out with. This is the person you're going to raise kids with. This is the person you're going on vacation with. This is the person you're making lifelong decisions with. And this should be the person that you trust when it comes to money. Now, I understand that money, it involves every part of our lives. And especially if you get married later in life, you have an established life when it comes to your career, when it comes to your expenses. And so it can feel so easy just to run on these two separate tracks. But I want to encourage you to bring it together, because money is involved in every part of our lives and it impacts everything. It impacts when we plan for retirement and what we want our retirement to look like, to when we buy groceries for the week. I mean, every part of our lives is tied to money. And when you keep it separate, what ends up happening is communication becomes separate and other parts of your life start to be separate. So combining finances together, not only on a tactical sense, is going to help you when it comes to money, but I promise it's going to help you when it comes to your marriage and the unity that's created. So if you want to start doing this, here's a couple of ways to really play this out. First and foremost, have a conversation with your spouse. Sit down and actually talk about this and be honest. If you are scared of saying, I'm nervous to do this because I feel so established in this, and maybe I don't like the way you handle money, start having those conversations and say, hey, what would it look like to be on the same page and run the same direction? And once you get to that point, number 2, block out time on your calendar to combine your accounts. Actually go down to the bank, open up a checking account that you guys share. Open up a savings account that you share and look to say, this is our money. It's no longer your paycheck and my paycheck. It's our paycheck as a family. And then third, create a budget. And this is going to give you a lot of peace of mind when you can agree on where your money's going. I use an app called Every Dollar, my husband and I do, and we love it because every month we sit down before the month begins and we say, here is what we're going to make this month, and here's where our money's going. And it's everything from kids' camps coming up this summer to groceries, to saving up for a spring break trip that we're going to take our family on. But you start to actually live life out together when it comes to your money. So I want to encourage you, in order to build a solid marriage, it's going to take time. It's going to take intentionality. It might be uncomfortable at first, but push through that and see yourselves as one, because you've already made this huge permanent commitment when it comes to marriage. Now let your money be a part of it.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, there are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced monthly payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've helped over 300,000 qualified consumers. Hardworking Americans just like you pay off more than $1 billion in debt, earning them an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Accredited Debt Relief will tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. So call Accredited Debt Relief Relief now for your free no-obligation savings estimate and let them help you take control of your financial destiny.
Call 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. That's 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. Program and services not available in all states.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
I gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency. All over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Friday, February 16th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. After a day in which Fannie Willis probably wishes she didn't roll out of bed. Hello, Dawn. How are you?
Hello. That was something. I've never seen anything like that last night.
Was that one of the greatest spectacles of all time?
It was unbelievable.
That was pay-per-view worthy. Gregory, how are you?
Yeah, Court TV. I always loved Court TV back when the OJ thing happened.
Oh, absolutely.
And last night really proved that Court TV, when done properly, is great television.
It absolutely is. We will have a big take this morning as Fannie is under fire. I will just say this before we get to it. Fannie Willis and the word professional probably will never be uttered in the same sentence. Again, if it ever was to begin with. Also, Donald Trump, Alvin Bragg, New York. We have details there. Rashida Tlaib, we got to take her to task today. Unbelievable that she voted present under one question that was posed that I think should appall every single human being out there. Also, what does the future of political ads look like on social media, especially as we come down the stretch of an election year? We'll get to that this morning. Catherine Herridge out at CBS. Major changes coming with CNN. We'll get to that this morning. And also, one commentator had the audacity to say that Karine Jean-Pierre is actually really good at what she does. And she is sick and tired of KJP and others having to walk into a white male-dominated role.
Of course. I knew it. I knew the race card would be played.
Except the facts would say otherwise.
Yeah, anybody who is just a wry observer of what she does knows. Yeah, it's wry observer.
I love it.
Would know that she's terrible at what she does.
Yes. Although the history, I've done some research. I've looked at the numbers. The statement is factually incorrect. And we will debunk that theory coming up later this morning. Plus the cut sheet and Disney keyword number 12 today, folks.
Wow.
12.
Wow.
That's at 8:30 this morning.
Hopefully you have your notepads ready.
That's right.
You jot it down and go to 1210WPHT.com to enter it.
And for those that don't know where to buy a notepad because it's a thing of the past, Staples, I think I actually keep them in business.
Go over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. You can see Nick Kayal.
Got my legal pad.
Here, put it up to the screen. I want to see.
I kill more trees than Snoop Dogg.
Look at that. Look at that.
You picked up on that phrase there, by the way.
Prepared. Yes, I did. Prepared for the show today. Good job.
Preparation. All right, let's get to the news. Round number one, the great Dawn Stensland at 6:04 on this Friday morning.
Good morning. Yes, Friday, February 16th, 39 degrees. I'll tell you when the snow will begin because it will be a snowy weekend in our region. So I'll tell you when that begins. First, we have a breaking news story this morning. A man critically hurt rushed to the hospital after more than 40 shots were fired in the Olney section of Philadelphia in this shooting. They say the victim was visiting a house when somebody came and opened fire on the home, and this man shot, critically injured. Police on the scene. It's a breaking news story, and we'll update you on the latest developments as the morning goes on. We also have an incredible story making national news right now of what happened with a suspect who's dead after a Philadelphia police officer opened fire on that suspect last night during what should have been a routine traffic stop turned very violent when that officer ultimately got out of his vehicle and was pinned by the vehicle, by the driver, pinning the officer, threatening his life. The whole situation, the whole scene is an incredible story. And our new police commissioner, Bethel, crediting the heroic acts of Good Samaritans, witnesses who saw this happening, who came to the aid, but these multiple civilians, Good Samaritans as he calls them, says that they tried to help this officer who ultimately was forced to defend himself by opening fire.
6 weeks from today, those citizens will be charged by Larry Krasner and the district attorney for something.
Wow.
I hope not. I pray to God not, but.
So we don't know the identity of that male driver who is dead of a gunshot wound from the officer at this point.
So he went to stop him. The guy kept going and pinned him against the wall, and he shot the driver?
Yes.
Wow.
I mean, if you're pinned by a vehicle, you resort to every resource that is available to you, right?
He's got to have internal injuries or
oh my God,
broken something, doesn't he?
So the police officer is in the hospital this morning. We're told he's in stable condition, suffering serious injuries to his legs, but they've stabilized his condition. He's a 25 district officer on the force for 8 years now.
Routine traffic stops, not really routine anymore.
No. You just have to expect the worst every time you pull somebody over, right?
Scary as hell, man.
Yeah.
It is. The man who we've talked about a lot, Jay Simone, who's accused of beheading his own father, Michael, in Bucks County, now facing terrorism charges. So this is the latest charge as we learn new evidence through the courts as this makes its way through the courts. But ultimately, Moan was found with this pistol, a USB with many pictures of federal buildings. Remember, he was actually left the home there in Bucks County and then headed out. What was he headed out for? Well, now authorities say that perhaps he wasn't done. The father was just the beginning of the victim. So he had directions on how to build an explosive device. And they say also he was speaking out, putting out this video online for his followers to attack federal buildings and federal workers.
His followers?
Well,
his cult.
In his imagination.
I think maybe Trump's right. We should bring back insane asylums. Just stuff these people in there forever.
No, I believe, I'm not religious, but I believe in the biblical sense of an eye for an eye. So whatever this gentleman did should happen to him.
I'd be down with that, too.
Well, that brings us to our next story.
Like a guillotine.
The guillotine. The chopping block.
Yep.
It is sentencing day for Ruth DiRienzio Whitehead, the Horsham mom who strangled to death her 11-year-old son with a belt.
Yeah.
While he slept last April.
Again, same thing.
What did you say her last name was? Dorenzo?
No, it's Anthony yesterday said it's not Dorenzo, it's DiRienzio. So he said,
same thing.
He took issues with it. And you know what? Right now, this is a coping mechanism that you're doing because it's such a horrible story.
It's horrific.
This is an unthinkable story. And so Matthew was choked to death in his sleep. Dad finds the lifeless body the next day. Remember, she was the one who drove the family's vehicle to Wildwood Crest into the water. She tried to say that she was temporarily insane. This was not a jury trial. There were some reports it was a jury. This was not a jury trial.
It was a bench trial?
Yep. The judge said the judge didn't buy the story, and the judge believed the prosecutors. In this case, the prosecutors said this was a woman who was not happy with the financial situation, wanted the fancy house, the shore house, didn't want to work full time anymore, and this was about money and revenge against the husband.
Oh, Jesus. Good God.
It's horrifying.
They should have just let
me chills.
Just let her go into the ocean.
Yeah.
Be done with her.
Yeah, that's awful.
Now our tax dollars are going to have to be spent to keep this psychopath in jail.
Yep.
So sentencing, the judge will sentence her. She faces, obviously, the rest of her life behind bars. So that's going on. And
Can
we
we
also
bring back firing squads? Is that too much to ask? I'm just curious.
Don't they still exist somewhere in this country?
I hope so.
I think they do. I don't know if it's not Utah. I don't know if it's Oklahoma or maybe, well, we know Alabama's going to nitrogen.
Secret Squirrel says Greg Stocker goes Old Testament on a Friday. What's next?
Well, that was why when you said awry, it was the whole scene.
Just wait till Stocker gets to 9 o'clock this morning.
I just said Greg is like a scroll or something. We are going to reinstate.
We're going to need to be on a 90-second delay.
Sorry for this. This is a grim Friday morning. My goodness. Happy Friday, everybody.
So how about that snow?
Yes. We do have a winter weather advice, and Nick's we're going to get to all there's so much Trump news. I'm giving you the local news here today, but we are under a winter weather advisory today. So today, 42 degrees, sunny skies. Then about midnight and overnight, into the overnight hours, that's when we see the snow begin. The snow will fall overnight into tomorrow. Tomorrow, the sun eventually does come out with sunshine, 37 degrees, and then for your Friday, 42 degrees. But they've upped the inches, saying in some parts of our region, we could see up to 4 inches of snow between midnight tonight, overnight, into tomorrow morning. The big headline today, I would say, how gusty these winds are, 25 to 35 mile an hour winds today. This is Kayal Company News Live. What?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Dawn. Did you just Stocker was telling me something in my ear? Did you just rap? I have no idea what you just said.
What is he saying?
No, our research team just on firing squads.
Yes, Phil. So Mississippi, Oklahoma, South Carolina, and Utah have firing squads as of 2023.
There we go.
4 states. I knew it had to be Oklahoma. I didn't think Utah would. You know, big Mormon state, big Mormon community.
Yeah.
I figured that would have been gone by the wayside, but not surprised that Mississippi has one. And South Carolina, I'm assuming this is South Carolina, SC, he writes. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Nikki Haley's going to go into the firing squad next week.
Oh,
no. When she gets roasted by Trump in the primary. All right. So, all right, we're done with that. Dawn, you're good?
Well, since you wanted more, I'm just going to say.
More, Dawn, more.
More. I will just say that there's this weird warning. This is South Jersey, Pennsauken, New Jersey, where the Pfeiffer Middle School in Pennsauken there ended up with a trip to the hospital for a few students. And I'm not saying trip lightly.
Yeah.
So somebody laced somebody brought gummies containing marijuana to school for Valentine's Day. And I don't know if any teachers had any of the gummies, but the kids did. So they...
Oh, man.
Somebody got into mommy's gummies.
Sorry about that, guys.
Oops.
Well, on a serious note with that, though, I mean, because I only drink alcohol. I don't use marijuana. That's got to be a scary time if you're somebody that either uses weed the traditional way or gummies. You just don't know. I mean, obviously, if you buy them from a dispensary or whatever and you have a medical marijuana license, you're probably not worried about it. But in this day and age with fentanyl on the border, I'd be terrified to eat a gummy.
The problem is, if you have little kids, they look like candy.
Oh, yeah.
So if you have them in your home, I don't. I know we joke, I don't. But if you have them in your home, make sure they're locked up somewhere because they look exactly like candy.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But these kids were, because to your point, Nick, the kids didn't know what was wrong.
Right.
And they're like freaking out. They're all glassy-eyed and drooling. And the school nurse, thank God they have a school nurse, was saying, oh, my God, what happened?
Yep.
Rush them in. Then they figured out that they got a hold, exactly to Greg's point, somebody brought in gummies thinking it was just routine. It was my mommy's favorite candy. Mommy.
It was a Sour Patch Kid without the sugar on it.
They honestly, dude, they have all of those candies that look like Sour Patch Kids and stuff.
Oh, I believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So somebody's parents are, and I don't know why I throw the mom under the bus, but I am.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it's mommy's gummies.
Yeah.
It's definitely
I know I can smell
it. So that investigation, the police are involved. They will find out because they have to, investigate.
All right.
So lock up your gummies, people.
Do it.
Kayal and Company.
Thank you very much, Dawn. Well, we went from like the most heinous murders to joking around in the news.
That's how we roll here.
That is the beauty of this program, especially on a Friday, folks.
Exactly.
Yes, sir.
Friday before a long weekend.
Oh, so that's why Stalker's got all this bounce in his step. He won't be back for another month. He's spilling his bucket
No,
today,
that's not
Dawn.
true.
I knew it. All right, 6:15. Let's wrap up the week with one last big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take this morning is brought to you by Budget Blinds. Fanny is finished. Thursday was an important day for Donald Trump when it comes to his litany of court cases, ranging from New York to Atlanta. Coming up at 6:30, we'll discuss Trump's motion to dismiss that was denied in his New York case with Alvin Bragg. That, of course, is the Stormy Daniels hush money case. His trial is set to begin next month. But what happened in Fulton County, Georgia, was an absolute bloodbath for District Attorney Fani Willis and Special Prosecutor/lover Nathan Wade. Fani Willis is finished, folks. What unfolded yesterday during the testimony of Nathan Wade, as well as a colleague and college friend of Fanny's, was the end of her time prosecuting Donald Trump, in my personal opinion. It hasn't been decided yet. That will continue in court today at 9 a.m. I don't know if Fani Willis will be disbarred. I don't know if she will be criminally charged. I don't think Trump's case is going to get tossed out. But I do think it is inevitable that Fani Willis is done with this case. I believe she will be disqualified and removed. And that's not just my opinion. That's the opinion of legal experts on MSNBC, of all places. Listen and watch this strong clip.
It's so legalistic centric and yet so important and fascinating.
Right. Don't let the legalese fool you. This is epic. This is monumental. If things are going in the direction we think, Fani Willis lied to the court, it's game over for her. She will be disqualified. If they had a relationship prior to when they represented to the court, it's a huge deal. I can't overstate it.
And do you
El finito, finished. And why is it game over for Willis? Well, here's what transpired in court yesterday. Fanny's girlfriend from college and former co-worker in the Fulton County DA's office testified that Willis and Wade actually began their relationship in 2019. Now, this is a complete contradiction from sworn statements from both Willis and Wade that they started dating in 2022. Listen and watch this piece of testimony that exposes the fraud and lie.
Yes. And do you understand it that their relationship began in 2019 and continued until the last time you spoke with her? Yes.
That was Robin Bryant Yeartie. She just nuked Fanny's legal career in 14 seconds. False statements in court in the state of Georgia are punishable by up to 5 years in prison and a $1,000 fine. Fani Willis, as we know, spent $650,000 of taxpayer money on Nathan Wade to be her special prosecutor while simultaneously having an affair with the married man who is trying to lock up Donald Trump. So what did Wade have to say about these payments? Listen and watch this damning evidence.
All I needed. You said in the affidavit that you roughly shared travel, though, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So this roughly sharing travel, you're saying she reimbursed you.
She did.
And where did you deposit the money she reimbursed you?
Oh, it was cash. She didn't give me any checks.
So she paid you cash for her share of all these vacations.
Mr. Schaefer, you'll step out if you do that again.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so all of the vacations that she took, she paid you cash for.
Yes, ma'am.
And you purchased all of these vacations on your business credit card, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you included those in deductions on your taxes, correct?
No, ma'am.
No, you did not.
Cash instead of checks. Why? Well, to avoid detection. And it gets better. Listen and watch this final clip. This is Nathan Wade, and we did not edit this video in any way. You are going to hear a lot of dead air because Mr. Wade completely freezes up during this piece of testimony. Listen and watch this clip.
I'm asking you to go through 1,000 pages of records. I'm asking if you remember paying for a cabin 6 months ago in Tennessee.
No.
You remember booking a cabin?
I booked lots of cabins.
Did you go to a cabin with Miss Willis ever?
Ever?
Ever.
He's staring into the heavens right now. Looking for the answer.
No.
You've never gone to a cabin with Miss Willis?
No.
Have you ever gone to Tennessee with Miss Willis?
Yes.
Okay. When was that?
That was around 2022, early 2022.
Early 2022? Okay.
It was a day trip.
Okay, so you didn't spend the night?
So it was a day trip.
Okay.
We would drive there, have lunch, drive back. The reason we would do that is because the attention, she couldn't get any peace of mind going locally, so we'd get in my car and drive to someplace off the beaten path and have lunch and drive back.
Nathan Wade's career is over. Even Mitch McConnell thought that those frozen moments were excessive and painful to sit through. Willis and Wade were going from Atlanta, Georgia to the mountains of Tennessee, something I've done myself personally, to avoid being noticed during their inappropriate and unprofessional relationship. This case is over for Willis and Wade. Willis has denied claims that her personal relationship with Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade resulted in a financial conflict of interest. However, Judge Scott McAfee said at an earlier hearing this week that a conflict, or the appearance of one, could be cause to remove Willis from the case. That per NBC News. Willis and Wade lied several times to multiple courts. The duo also had 8 co-workers submit court filings with their falsehoods back in early February in their response to co-defendant Mike Roman. And the Attorney General of Georgia can now, once this thing concludes, hopefully today, can arrive at the conclusion to send the matter to a non-tainted district attorney, and then that individual can make an assessment on whether or not the court wishes to refile a criminal complaint and charges against Donald Trump. In my opinion, the only questions that remain are whether or not Willis and Wade lose the right to practice law, and if being prosecuted criminally is realistically on the table. If we don't have a two-tier justice system, you know what the answer should be. And this theme goes to other prosecutors who have campaigned on, been elected on, and hell-bent on taking down the former president of the United States. It's very simple. Stick to the facts, stick to the rule of law, leave your politics out of it, leave your feelings and opinions of him out of it, or you run the risk of setting your career on fire. And we saw that yesterday with Fani Willis and her special prosecutor / lover, Nathan Wade. And that's the Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And the Big Take this morning is brought to you by Budget Blinds, budgetblinds.com, your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Free in-home consultation, and there's the no questions asked warranty. It's the best in the business. Ask about their exclusive Inspired collection online at budgetblinds.com. We'll come back, get your thoughts and reactions to that, 855-839-1210, on social media at 1210 WPHT, and of course in the comment section on YouTube, youtube.com/at1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company back after this on a Friday, but first, a word from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Can I recommend and suggest for all of you out there looking for a full-sized SUV, perhaps the 2024 Honda Pilot Trail Sport? Recently rated one of the best SUVs in its class, which features a 7-mode drive system, Trail Watch multi-camera view for all the safety features that you need, and all the technology that you can handle with wireless Apple CarPlay. Also, all the luxury 18-inch alloy wheels. And the Trail Sport is an off-road model. Big, powerful, fully loaded. And also, if you've got that growing family, the wife is going to love the third row seating. And you can check out all the different options and all the different variations of the new 2024 Pilot at one of the 5 Piazza Honda locations: Philadelphia, Pottstown, Reading, Springfield, and Langhorne, or in just one convenient spot, PiazzaAutoGroup.com.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Resolve all your home's plumbing problems today. Horizon Services pros are ready to solve any plumbing emergencies that you didn't see coming. From burst pipes to water heater disasters, Horizon's licensed experts have you covered with same-day, 24/7 solutions. And to help you save on future emergencies, we're offering $50 off any repair. Schedule your visit online today at horizonservices.com/radio.
Airgas USA LLC seeks a process engineer in Radnor, PA, to implement the industrial management system process for Airgas Merchant Gas's production facilities. Participate in the creation, updates, and reviews of piping and instrumentation diagram, management of changes and standard operating procedure. Partially remote, 20% domestic travel. Apply online at www.airgas.com/careers. Insert R10034910 on resume.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Celebrate American Heart Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. For over 38 years, Rescue brand omega-3s have been providing people with the essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, and support healthy cholesterol levels. That's why it's the best time to dive into Rescue's February special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products, their premium omega-3 fish oil supplements, are buy one, get one free exclusively for American Heart Month. Just use the listener code OMEGA50 when placing your order. Call today at 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code OMEGA50 online when you visit res-q.com. Don't forget the code OMEGA50 when you buy one bottle of a Rescue Omega-3 to receive a second bottle free. Again, use the code OMEGA50. Fortify your heart with the Rescue Omega-3.
Don't miss a special edition of Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaris and Mark Cumberland this Saturday afternoon at 4. Find out everything you need to know about buying and selling a home. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com and listen to Good News in Real Estate this Saturday at 4.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
As an educator, Mr. Nelson's teachings are still being quoted in schools.
Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world.
Mr. Nelson taught hope.
Everyone can rise above their circumstances if they are dedicated and passionate.
And giving our best efforts.
It's always impossible until it's done.
Mr. Nelson Mandela's teachings not only united a nation, they inspire us today. Inspiration. Pass it on from passiton.com.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 five-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Company 6:31. Happy Friday to all of you. I guarantee you, all of you had a better Thursday than Fannie Willis did. What a day, what a debacle, what a spectacle on live television for the District Attorney of Fulton County, Georgia. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, as we continue, a lot to react to, a lot to break down, a lot to analyze here from that court television drama theatrical production from yesterday. Dawn, I know this was going on at some point for a little bit at least, if not the entirety of it, throughout your show. I think it spilled well over into Dom's show yesterday as well, and it'll continue again at 9 o'clock this morning. And that was only the first half, really, that I gave you in the big take, with the commentary from some legal experts on MSNBC to multiple clips of Mr. Wade and his testimony. And then we got the afternoon spectacle of Fannie taking the stand, and she tries to take a flamethrower to the prosecutor, or not the prosecutor, the attorney of Michael Roman, who was questioning her. And we've also got some visual debacles that we will break down on YouTube with her attire in just a moment. But Dawn, your thoughts and reactions to what you saw play out on television yesterday.
Okay, first of all, the Nathan was on the stand during my show.
Okay.
I was so distracted. I feel kind of dirty, but I was watching it and distracted by it all day. I don't know why. It was just like a hot mess circus that I couldn't get away from.
Mm-hmm.
And weirdly, I think Newsmax or somebody had it because I had it on my phone all day. I'm running errands. I'm at the grocery store, and I'm walking around going, nobody knows that this is going on.
Yeah.
And that's part of what we have to remember. All of this, that we're thinking, oh my gosh, Enka Moron is going to rule today on Trump, and this is happening in Georgia. Nobody's paying attention.
Most are oblivious, to
right?
it. Yeah.
And that concerns me. But it was her. I know you're going to go through it, but it was her disdain for the law and the rules that's what strikes me. I actually felt kind of sorry for the guy because that his soon-to-be ex-wife or estranged wife, whatever's going on.
You're talking about
obviously
Nathan Wade?
Nathan Wade.
Yeah, the guy who rents cabins all the time, by the way.
But
I rent a lot of cabins.
That man is done. So that his soon-to-be ex-wife is writing all this down. Oh, really? You were making all this cash, and here's what you claimed in the divorce.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that. Then the IRS is writing all of this down. There was this cash flying through.
Wade froze for 20 seconds. I thought he pulled a Mitch McConnell.
It just was so obvious. The truth is not that evasive. So he just was trying to avoid the truth. But ultimately with her, when she made that one comment where she said something about, I'm not on trial here, and this is about democracy, and these people, and these are the ones, and I just thought, wow.
Yeah, she said they were extremely offensive allegations.
Well, we have them, so if you want to play some of them.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I didn't want to steal the
No, I
stuff.
mean, we can play at 6:35. We can play them at 8 o'clock. It doesn't matter.
But I would just say this. Who would do this?
Mm-hmm.
Who... Look at the audacious manner of this woman.
Somebody with nothing left to lose.
And this is...
Right? I mean,
yeah.
This was her Hail Mary.
But on social media, there were people saying, oh, she owns this court. Look at her go.
I saw a lot of that as well.
She's the one who campaigned 4 years ago on there will be no sexual relationships in this prosecutorial office.
Oh, yeah.
She was the one, and then she comes out and she's having sex with Nathan Wade.
So allegedly, or at least not on the first night she claims. But that's the point.
He's a Southern gentleman.
Yes.
I myself am not. That's what she said.
I'm a freak.
Yeah.
He might, but I'm a freak.
Freak it.
Oh, God, can you imagine?
Let's go in, Nathan. Let's go for a ride. Get freaky.
So on Monday when Sean Farash is in for us, he's going to be like, all right, so we've got Freaky Fanny. Yeah, he's going to be doing the whole bit.
Let's play this where Fani Willis claims that making her answer questions is contrary to democracy. Phil, this is cut 6, my friend. Go.
Isn't it true that you met Mr. Wade October 2019 at the judges' conference?
We haven't gotten to the point where Ms. Willis should be treated hostile in this situation.
I think we have.
I very much want to be here, so I'm not a hostile witness. I very much want to be here.
Not so much that you're hostile, Ms. Willis. It'd be an adverse witness. Your interests are opposed to Ms. Merchant's.
Ms. Merchant's interests are contrary to democracy, Your Honor, not to mine.
All right, let's
Judge, I
proceed.
would just ask that
We can keep things moving. Ms. Merchant, next question, please.
All right, so we've got democracy. When do we get to racist and sexist? Because that's always the rallying cry of anybody that's under attack on the left.
And the judge in the case, and we had talked about him when this whole thing first began. Wasn't he a Trump appointee? He's not. Is he even 40? He was very young when he was appointed. But I almost felt like they had a friendly rapport. She walked all over the judge, and there were comments about that.
Mm-hmm.
Then there were others who said it was the DA's job in this court with the proceedings. It was actually the district attorney's job to keep her in line. I don't even understand the whole thing.
Yep. She went on to say it's extremely offensive. It's dishonest. You're printing lies for the world to see. She also says you're trying to implicate that you slept with somebody on the first day that you met them.
It was the second day.
Ms. Merchant's interests are contrary to democracy. I'm not on trial, no matter how hard you try to put me on trial, she says. And she didn't like it. Mr. Wade was speechless. And now we're getting, and I don't know if these are true, but if you're on YouTube, you're going to see this. If not, you should get on over to youtube.com/@1210WPHT. I got a tweet this morning, and this was from I'm a Survivor 2012, who says, imagine thinking you're the smartest person in the courtroom, only to show up to court with your dress on backwards. And there's 3 pictures that we'll just keep flipping through. Fannie Willis. Now, Dawn, I don't know. Now, the lady that sent us, one of our listeners, says she's got the picture of Fannie, but she also has the dress at some website that you can purchase from a retail outlet, and it almost looks identical. And it looks like, I don't know, Dawn, I guess women can zip up from the front or the back these days. Who knows? But is Fannie wearing this backwards?
There are people who swear she did.
She's got her United States flag upside down on her lapel, on her the front of her dress. What did she get dressed in a closet with no lights on? Is that backwards? It looks like, if you look at the second and third picture that you could buy the dress, it's $89, by the way, at Poshmark. I don't know, it's marked down from $130. Seems like a decent discount. And you can wrap it and tie it in a knot in the front around your belly button. And it looks like in that picture with the model, there is no zipper going up the middle of the chest. So the zipper would be in the back, where Mr. Wade would unzip her in the cabin. Allegedly.
Well, maybe this is a quick entry situation.
Ah,
She wears
yeah.
the zipper in the front.
Yep,
all
so
right?
she
Yeah,
quickly
party
take
in
it
the
off.
front,
Yeah.
business in the back, right?
Oh, Freaky Fanny.
Unbelievable.
Freaky Fanny likes it in the front.
Well,
or the back.
I'm sorry.
You know, multiple points of entry.
Oh, come on.
So, this lady, what an epic disaster. Woo. Number 1, you're not professional. Number 2, you're a liar. Number 3, you have no personal morals because you were with a man who was married. Then you campaigned on going after Trump. You said there would be no sex in your office. You completely do that. You have $750,000 in taxpayer money. And then she went on, and then she was talking about how as a single lady, you always have to have cash. And I don't know what being a single lady is like, but she said at times she would have $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 in cash.
Oh, yeah,
in her house.
Most people carry that on them.
No, like I could, well, Gold Bar Bob does. He puts gold bars right in his, his smoking jacket. But so Fannie Willis, as a government employee, now I don't know what a Fulton County district attorney makes. I'm always wrong on these predictions.
Like $20,000, $30,000.
Yeah, she probably makes about $150,000 is my guess. And it's a nice life, but I don't know many people that make like $125 that have $15,000 in cash just laying around in their house. She's a public, she's a government employee, for God's sakes.
Guys, I know you think that this is like an open and shut, that she's going to be thrown off of this.
I don't think that.
I don't think that.
Oh, see, I do.
I hope.
I'm not saying that she's going to get disbarred. I'm not saying she's going to be charged criminally, although she can because she lied. It is up to 5 years in prison.
Absolutely.
But of course, there's different rules for different fools. And I don't think Trump gets off and this case just goes away either. But I think she's going to be taken off of this case today. I think that's going to happen today.
I hope so. But to Greg's point, I was amazed at all of the support for her. People saying, look at what a strong woman she is. She's fighting for democracy. She's taking a stand. Look at her. She owns that courtroom. And I thought, whoa, this is unbelievable. And that's why she has got, can you just imagine for a moment, take the exact words, take off the zipper dress, put on a suit, pretend that was Donald Trump in that court, and take the exact same actions and words and imagine what the media reaction would be.
Well, so you're saying she tried to pull a Trump card as far as being bombastic?
No, he would never act that way. Remember in his case in Manhattan, the judge shut him down, and when he tried to say more than yes or no and answer 3 questions, the judge snipped him off, shut him down. He wasn't allowed to speak in that case. Look at that.
I just think, I don't know how you can continue on prosecuting the case when the entire integrity of the prosecutor is in question here.
I'm not,
Don't
get me wrong. I think that she should be taken off this case and probably disbarred if all these allegations are true. But
2 different questions. Should she be and will she be?
Exactly. Look, there's a chance she will, but I wouldn't put that chance at 100%. I wouldn't even put that chance at 90%.
Well, I think, to your point, Greg, I think that she faces, I think she'll come off this case.
Yeah.
And then I think they will try to disbar her. But I will bet you they won't get away with it.
Right.
She will become a celebrity because she fought for democracy.
Well, they're already defending her. I've got a column here from the New York Times with the headline, "Why the Case Against Fannie Willis Feels Familiar to Black Women."
Oh, here we go.
So, of course, it's sexist, it's racist. This is written by Clyde McGrady and Katie Gluick. Let me just give you two quick excerpts.
What an insult.
From this. It is. Tangela L. Hollis Palmer felt a sense of pride when she learned that Fannie Willis, the district attorney of Fulton County, Georgia, and one of the nation's few elected black female prosecutors, would lead the election interference case against former President Donald J. Trump. But that pride would be tempered by dismay as news emerged of Miss Willis's personal relationship with fellow prosecutor Nathan Wade, an outside lawyer she hired to help run the case. Miss Hollis Palmer, a black 40-year-old attorney from Mississippi, is mostly upset at critics trying, she said, to discredit Miss Willis. Quote, a little more discretion and a little better judgment would have helped Fannie a long way. Mr. Trump and several co-defendants are calling Mrs. Willis' hiring of Mr. Wade a conflict of interest. Ms. Hollis Palmer says, we just have to be so careful when we are in these positions to not give people the ammunition to come after us. First of all, there's plenty of ammunition. And this has nothing to do with Fannie Willis's gender or race. This has to do with an attorney caught in a stone-cold lie, not only what she campaigned on, also the timeline. Well, me and Mr. Wade, we started dating in 2022. Oh, really? Well, because your girlfriend and former coworker says this happened 3 years before that.
Let me just say this. All of the chatter that I heard yesterday with, okay, she's toast, was before she took the stand. After she took the stand, the opinions on a lot of this flipped. So I saw that with it all happening. I was like, yeah, she's toast. I mean, she lied. This is over. And then she took the stand, and immediately the reaction changed.
But so opinions flipped, but facts haven't changed.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you.
And I would say, okay, that you put on a heck of a performance, Miss Willis. You were bombastic. You were divisive. You were argumentative. I got all of that. I actually think those are some things you see from Trump. But where's your substance? Where's your defense? How are you going to disprove or discredit everything that this attorney just laid out? Because in the court of public opinion, people might be buzzing on social media, but it still doesn't change the fact you haven't debunked any of these allegations that they have put on your plate. So to me, if you remove emotion and you remove theatrical drama and production, I just look at it and say, should she be removed? Yes. Will she? I think so, but I don't think it's a lock. I think it's probably better than 50-50. But like to your point, Stalker, I don't think it's like 90% or anything like that.
I was looking up. I'm sorry. You asked how much she made. It looks like she makes about $152,000 a year.
I almost hit it. Oh, what a Friday this is. Didn't I say it was like 150?
Yep. So you nailed it.
Boom.
Point.
But to that point, somebody who makes that is not really coming around. Having $15,000 in cash on them, you know what I mean?
Right. So 855-839-1210. We'll come back, wrap up the hour. So there's 4 scenarios and 4 questions facing Donald Trump. Let's just kind of get it all out there with all of these court cases because people are wondering, can he run if convicted? What about this case? What about that charge? The latest details on what you need to know because it was a busy day in New York and Atlanta yesterday for Donald Trump. And we're back after this on Kayal and Company.
The NBA All-Star Game is this weekend, Sunday night at 8 o'clock. Right now, the West is at -3, the East +3. The over-under at 362.5. To win the All-Star MVP, the All-Star Game MVP, Giannis at +600, LeBron +700, Steph Curry +800. Bet the NBA with a no-sweat same-game parlay from FanDuel in partnership with the Valley Forge Casino every Thursday with TNT Thursdays. It doesn't matter if you're new to FanDuel or already have an account. You'll get bonus bets back if your same-game parlay doesn't win on any NBA TNT game. I think the Sixers are the NBA TNT game against the Knicks next Thursday. NBA same-game parlays are the perfect way to combine your bets for a chance to score an even bigger payday. However you want to play, just head to FanDuel.com/Greg to bet the NBA with a no-sweat same-game parlay with TNT Thursdays. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook The official partner of 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, President PA, minimum 3-leg, parlay required, refund issued as now withdrawable, bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt, max refund $5 less otherwise specified, restrictions apply, see terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call
Jack Daniels Tennessee Whiskey. Jack Daniels is America's oldest registered distillery and aged in handcrafted, toasted, and charred new American white oak barrels. Stop by your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits location to pick up Jack Daniels Black Label, Tennessee Honey, Tennessee Fire, and Tennessee Apple 750 milliliters on sale all month. And please drink responsibly. Jack Daniels Tennessee Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks. Copyright 2020 Jack Daniels, all rights reserved.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here to tell you why now is the best time to take your car to United Tire. Right now, you'll save an extra $100 on any 4 BF Goodrich tires. That's an instant $40 in savings on BF Goodrich tires, plus a $60 rebate during their President's Day tire sale. Stop by or schedule an appointment today at one of their 10 locally owned United Tire locations to get fast and friendly service from their highly skilled technicians. Visit UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Imagine taking a shower that never runs out of hot water. Well, here's some good news. Bradford White's Infinity Series GS and GR tankless water heaters deliver endless hot water whenever you need it. They're highly efficient too, saving you energy and money. Like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. How you heat your water matters. Learn more about our Infinity Series tankless water heaters at BradfordWhite.com.
Hi everyone, Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy 2, get 2 free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12 months, same as cash financing though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-403-5569 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-403-5569. That's 800-403-5569. What do you have to lose? Call 800-403-5569. Again, 800-403-5569.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
I pulled into Nazareth, was feeling about half-past dead. I just need some place where I can lay my head.
Kayal Company, 6:51 Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg having a better morning than Fannie Willis as she goes back to court this morning at 9 o'clock. We will certainly keep you updated on that.
Hang on, let's...
Take a load off Fannie.
Thank you.
Take a load for free.
Nobody gets my genius.
I got it.
And you put the load right on me.
All right, there you go.
What a day. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, good to have everybody in. I just threw up a Twitter poll question. Not should, but will Fannie Willis be disqualified and removed from the case? If you want to vote on Twitter, maybe we could throw that up in the YouTube chat as well. I think we all think she should be, but the question will be, will she be disqualified?
So Road Warrior says the judge is up for re-election in 4 months.
Ooh. So everybody's got a little skin in the game, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That
Just
was
saying.
Judge McAfee, I believe his name is. All right, so just wanted to give a couple of kind of wonky political and legal notes here because everybody's, if maybe you're just getting caught up to speed or you heard, okay, Trump was motion dismissed, denied in New York with Alvin Bragg, and of course the spectacle with Fani Willis yesterday. New York Times actually has a good breakdown of the 4 pressing questions for Trump moving forward. The first one, number one being, can Trump run if he is convicted? The answer, and this isn't any of these cases, the answer is yes. As we know, the Constitution sets very few eligibility requirements for presidents. You got to be 35 years old, a natural-born citizen, and lived here for 14 years. So if Trump's convicted in any of these cases, yes, he can still run. Secondly, of course, we have the 14th Amendment, Section 3, specifically, engaging in insurrection or rebellion. That has to do with a lot of the stuff with like Colorado and the ballot cases. Of course, Trump's never been charged with insurrection. So I think this is probably going to be a losing endeavor with Colorado, with the Supreme Court of the United States. I think we gave you some of the odds yesterday. I think it was like 92% in Trump's favor that he will not be removed from the ballot in Colorado, and ultimately SCOTUS will rule accordingly. The third one, what happens if Trump is elected from prison? That answer, nobody knows. Quote, we are so far removed from anything that's ever happened. That is from Erwin Chemerinsky, who's a constitutional law expert at the University of California, Berkeley. He says, at this point, it is merely a guessing game. So that is with the question of what happens if Trump is elected from prison. And then the last question that people have had over the last year probably, what if he's elected with a case still in progress? According to all legal scholars, including Jonathan Turley, they go on to say, again, nobody knows, particularly when it comes to the New York and Georgia cases. So obviously we're talking about, federal stuff with January 6th, 2020 election, classified documents, and then, of course, these state level cases with New York and Georgia. So that's kind of like a quick recap of everything that you need to know as far as eligibility, prison, conviction, running, winning, so forth and so on. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, kick off hour number 2. Dawn has some news, and then we have to get to a couple of very interesting stories. One with social media being done with political ads and political content being promoted. Do we believe that? We'll get into that. And also how sports talk turned into conservative talk. Very interesting story about the transformation of the spoken word format and who's bolting for greener pastures. We'll get to that as we continue. Kayal and Company, Hour 2 next on Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. Yeah, they're local in Pennsylvania. They have an experienced team which has transformed more than 60,000 spaces. A dedicated design consultant works with you on your choices for refacing, custom cabinets, backsplash counters, and tub shower conversion. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Now, your Live Nation lineup.
Don't miss these upcoming shows.
See Foreigner and Styx at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion on July 28th. And check out Chicago with Earth, Wind, and Fire at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion July 31st. Plus, see the Doobie Brothers and Steve Winwood at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion August 3rd. Don't forget, Foreigner and Styx, Chicago and Earth, Wind, and Fire, and the Doobie Brothers with Steve Winwood. For tickets and info, go to livenation.com.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State basketball this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own crash-proof game plan.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, or back that won't go away? Check out QC Kinetics. No surgery, drugs, or downtime. QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000.
Although you try not to, most of us have used an ATM out of network. And at the end, you get that notice that it's going to cost you $4 extra.
Are you kidding me?
So you're paying money to get your own money. It makes you crazy. In retirement, you're going to want to use that 401k, but every time you dip into it, you have to pay taxes. Here we go again. you have to pay money to get your own money.
Oh, come on!
Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group believes that every retirement plan needs a tax plan. Without it, you're using Uncle Sam's plan. And do you really think that's going to work in your favor? Call Retire Ready Financial Group today at 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. Or you can find them online at retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Gerhard's Appliances is Philly's place to get appliances you need for prices you'll love. Stop in now during the President's Day sales event to get patriotically priced kitchen packages, like this LG 4-piece stainless steel package for only $1,999. Prices like that put the suite in Kitchen Suite and are only available during Gerhard's Appliances President's Day sales event. Shop local and save big at Gerhard's, where 75 years of small business is kind of a big deal. Visit GerhardsAppliance.com.
There's one box that you'd run back into your burning house to grab. It's the box filled with your videotapes, film reels, and photos. Those sentimental, meaningful, irreplaceable moments. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago so that we could help families save their memories from being destroyed by floods or fires.
And it's not just natural disasters, Adam. Every day, videotapes and photos are slowly fading away, decaying, neglected in closets and attics.
Digitizing your old media stops fading, and preserving those recordings means they are safe forever. It's like magic, converting your shoebox of memories into digital files, ready to watch and share.
It's the only way to ensure your legacy is safe for generations. That's why over 1 million families have already trusted Legacy Box. Legacy Box is simple and easy, it works, and is safe. We'd love to preserve your family's collection. Don't wait, the risk is too great.
Visit legacybox.com/value to save 50%. That's legacybox.com/value to get started and save. legacybox.com/value.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Purchase a 2023 courtesy Volvo S60 from Cherry Hill Volvo for less than $29,000. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo this month to purchase the sensational S60 courtesy Volvo for less than $29,000. This is an offer you don't want to miss. During January, we are offering financing for 3.99% on all new SUVs in stock. That's an interest rate of 3.99% up to 72 months. At Cherry Hill Volvo, we must make room for all the construction trucks.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Tomorrow's so far away. There's something I just have to say. I don't think I could hide what I'm feeling inside. Another day, knowing I love you.
7:01 as we continue Friday morning. Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, cut sheet 745. Day number 12 of our Disney keyword at 8:30. Looking forward to that. Reminder, coming up Monday, President's Day, no show for the three of us. Our buddy Sean Faresh will be in to host the morning solo. I think he's going to do the 6 o'clock hour as Trump, the 7 o'clock hour as G.W. Bush, the 8 o'clock hour as Clinton, and then the 9 o'clock hour as himself. 855-839-1210 to jump in on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, and on social media at 1210WPHT. So speaking of social media, Instagram and Threads specifically, Mark Zuckerberg, Meta, that entire conglomerate, are they done with promoting political content and political ads? We'll get to that story. And also, the New York Times having a meltdown over the fact that sports talk all of a sudden is littered with right-wing conservatives. We'll get to that story as well. But before all of that, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:02. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. I'll tell you when the snow is coming for us. We could get a lot of snow this weekend. We are sponsored this morning by American Heritage. So a lot in the news today as a Philadelphia police officer is recovering in the hospital this morning. This after a suspect pinned the officer who had gotten out of his vehicle. This was amid a violent traffic stop, and the officer was pinned by the suspect's vehicle against a brick wall. The reports are that that officer fired his sidearm in self-defense, shooting and killing that suspect. So the suspect is dead, Philadelphia officer in the hospital. But what unfolded is an unbelievable tale as the police commissioner has been talking to the media this morning, talking about this violent traffic stop. It started in the city's Crescentville neighborhood. We don't know what triggered the traffic stop in the first place. That's still under investigation. Started about 7 o'clock last night, Adams and Newtown Avenues. And it started when the officer, who was working alone at this point, tried to make a traffic stop right there at F Street and the Boulevard. So the driver in this case fled the scene from the officer. But the story here, as the officer then is in pursuit of this individual, and then at some point gets out of his vehicle when the guy finally stops, and that's when the officer gets pinned against this brick wall. But what's amazing here, according to the police commissioner, is all the civilians, even in their vehicles, saw that this officer, you talk about police not feeling supported. These Good Samaritans were heroes. And this week, amid all the horrible news, you think about what happened in Kansas City, and you've talked about that, Nick, with those civilians, those everyday heroes who tackled those 3 gunmen or teenagers. In that case, in Kansas City, here, these are civilians, even in their vehicles, and they're following the situation. They're aiding that officer who they know that this is trouble.
Well, I think most citizens and civilians are not stupid people, and they realize what's going on in this country with the lawlessness and where we are in society. And there's probably a lot of people that are just at the point they're tired of it. They're tired of reading about it, hearing about it, seeing it, and witnessing it in person. No, I mean, I think, for the history of time, most people that are Good Samaritans will intervene if an officer, but, in this different climate that we live in the last 4 years, I think it's probably reaching a tipping point for a lot of people. And there's going to be some people that don't even process it. Like, should I intervene? Will I end up getting charged? Will I end up being the next Daniel Penny? Yeah. In these cases, these people are just doing, quote, the right thing.
Well, as soon as we get the video evidence, because we're told we're going to get the body camera video, and hopefully it's on YouTube this morning right here in Kayal and Company.
So we don't know if the pinning of the vehicle up against the officer was with, like, the front of the car, the hood, like as if you were running somebody over.
I don't know that.
I didn't know if it was like maybe he was trapped up against like the side door, like the passenger door, the driver's side door, or if he shot directly into the front of the windshield and killed him. Because, I mean, I'm just thinking about it. If you've got somebody pinned up against a wall with a vehicle and you've got the front of the car, I mean, you could legitimately just keep revving the engine and pushing that guy further into the wall,
Yeah, so the officer suffered reportedly significant injuries, especially to his legs being crushed against the brick wall by the suspect's vehicle. So they have stabilized his condition. We know that he's a 25th district officer on the force for 8 years. So we know that. We know that they're investigating it, putting together the body camera. But Commissioner Bethel coming out and just thanking those Good Samaritans for doing what they did to try to assist, and also they're important witnesses. So we've got that going on. Making national and even international headlines was the Bucks County man who decapitated his father. And this was in Levittown, now facing these terrorism charges, as we learn from federal authorities involved in this, as Justin Moan was found with this pistol, but also a USB, many pictures of federal buildings. and the intricate, maps of these buildings. What was he planning? Directions on how to build an explosive device. So was he planning some kind of a domestic terrorism situation? That's the question this morning as we learn more about that tragic case that went down in Bucks County. But that's making national and international news. Like I say, we have the Montgomery County, the Horsham mother facing sentencing today after the judge found her guilty and did not buy her insanity defense after she had strangled her 11-year-old son, Matthew Whitehead, with a belt while he slept last April, leaving the lifeless child there for the father to find him. She is guilty of first-degree murder. Judge expected to sentence her today to the rest of her life in prison. And those victim impact statements in court, just heart-wrenching in a Montgomery County courtroom yesterday. So we've got that going on. We also have now this battle going on between Governor Josh Shapiro, who's a Democrat, and Philadelphia DA Larry Krasner, who's a very left progressive Democrat. So what's going on here? Well, Philadelphia DA Larry Krasner claiming this week that some of Governor Shapiro's comments, which he's not too happy about, well, they're flatly untrue. Kind of sounded like Fonnie Willis.
Oh, okay.
Saying essentially that he's talking about this new law that Shapiro signed into law, bipartisan law, that would give a special prosecutor all the jurisdiction on any crime committed on SEPTA property.
Okay, special prosecutor, but it will not be Nathan Wade.
No, sir.
Okay, just checking.
So Krasner feels that this is a power grab and a play to diminish his power, his role. Shapiro has said, on the contrary, this bolsters resources and lets Krasner deal with the rest of the city and the crime.
Yeah, because he deals with so much of it to begin with.
These two have gone at it before, but you can see that Krasner is increasingly, he's holding these news conferences to say that Shapiro's comments, he said, quote, "The governor's comments on this new law are flatly untrue." The rhetoric is the hype and the rhetoric, we see this rising and the tensions rising. So just want to point that into your direction that this is, now I haven't heard back from Shapiro, but we will continue on this because Shapiro signed it into law. It is the law and it has the support of a popular governor.
Okay.
So not a good day for Krasner for sure.
No.
We've been talking this morning about so many headlines, so I'll headline it. A judge set Donald Trump's historic Manhattan criminal trial. That's the Alvin Bragg case over alleged hush money payments to former porn star Stormy Daniels. That was set yesterday mid-morning. That's going to go March 25th. Think about the timing of Super Tuesday. It's the first of 4 trials we've talked about facing for the Trump camp. Today, a New York judge we've talked a lot about, Arthur Engoron, is expected to deliver a ruling in Trump's civil fraud trial. The judge could fulfill campaign promises made by Letitia James that she would, quote, get Trump or take down Trump. His business, his family business, could be banned, as well as his sons. The entire business, they could actually take properties. Will they take Trump Tower? We don't know. But this is a case, a huge historic case, and Trump has said bad for business in New York. He could face hundreds of millions of dollars in penalties if found guilty by Judge Engoron. We will watch that very carefully. Could come down this morning. So we have all of this going on. And then just a headline that I'll give you that came down mid-morning yesterday. And this was a grand jury out west charging a former FBI informant, a whistleblower, with allegedly lying about President Biden and his son Hunter's business dealings. This is a setback, obviously, for Republicans in the House who had interviewed the whistleblower.
Yeah, wasn't the entire impeachment case based on this?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Just asking.
Not looking good right now, is it?
This is a major situation.
Major,
so I'm headlining it for you. And you talked about nukes from space was a headline yesterday. The space-based anti-satellite technology Russia is developing. The White House has commented on this, saying it poses no immediate threat. That's a headline from the White House. And as well, we've talked about Harvard and Ivy League schools and alleged anti-Semitism. Well, now a House committee says it will subpoena Harvard for those documents related to the university's handling of campus anti-Semitism. Does that just focus on Harvard? Will other Ivy League schools, such as those in our areas, will they also be subpoenaed? So,
yeah, UPenn.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Finally, I'm looking for, I don't know, some kind of crazy good news. The John Wick franchise expanding its reach beyond the big screen.
No!
Coming soon to Las Vegas, a 12,000 square foot tourist attraction inspired by the movies. And so this is going to be a John Wick experience coming to Vegas.
Kayal and Company Vegas road trip,
Woohoo!
anybody? Stalker, we manage that?
I love
maybe?
it.
Find a way to do a Vegas giveaway next time instead of Disney?
We'll talk about it.
All right.
So like this virtual, cool experience, specific missions. You are John Wick with that suit and all the fire. I don't know. It sounds really cool.
It's coming up on 20 years since I've last been to Vegas. I need to make a return visit.
20 years.
Yeah, I went when I was 21.
Really?
Yeah. Kristen and the in-laws went out there. I dropped 500 on the red on roulette. It was black, and then we kicked off our vacation with a bang.
See, I'm sensing this. Nick Kayal goes to experience the new John Wick experience in Vegas. Could be fun. All right, American Heritage Credit Union sponsoring our news today. Choose the rate that works for you. Select a 13-month IRA certificate, 5.2% annual percentage yield, or a 6-month certificate, 5% annual percentage yield. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org, federally insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Thank you, American Heritage Credit Union. And the National Weather Service issuing some warnings for starting at midnight. That's when the snow begins. We could see 1 to 4 inches coating our region, but then the sun will come out for the rest of the weekend. Today, a sunny Friday in store. 42 degrees is the high, but quite windy, up to 35 mile an hour wind gusts. So it'll never really feel like 42, even though the sun is shining. Kayal Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in. The cut sheet in just about 30 minutes. I've got 4 stories to get to over the next couple of segments that we have to talk about in the world of media. Probably none bigger than what happened with CBS and Paramount as they have dumped a ton of people, a lot of firings and layoffs. Probably none more notable than Catherine Herridge, who I know, Dawn, you've talked about many times on this show. CBS plucked her from Fox News. And it's important to bring up not just the fact that she's out of a job, but remember, she's got this ongoing battle legally with, CBS was basically trying to strong arm her to show and reveal her sources as a journalist, which is like, a no-no. And this really violates the First Amendment and freedom of speech. So, and also, obviously, freedom of the press. So we'll get to that story as we continue. And also, what does the future of political ads and political content look like on social media outlets? We'll get into that as we continue. It's Kayal and Company on this Friday morning on Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. I just think the world of the Chapman family team. They are such pros, and they've made my home more beautiful, more energy efficient. They do great work. So you know by now, if I needed windows, doors, siding, I'd only trust the Chapman team. But maybe you don't think of the Chapman team right away for siding or stucco remediation. I would trust no one else with this investment in your home. If you're thinking of updating your current siding, or maybe you need to remove that current stucco and then replace it with siding, think Chapman. With the new updated siding choices available, the curb appeal of your home is going to pop. I want you to think about updating it with James Hardy Plank. James Hardy Plank is beautiful. Or maybe you'd like to look at the vinyl siding choices. That's going to add value to your home. And if you're thinking about selling, you can bet buyers are going to value the updated new siding. How about you do this now as far as scheduling this siding project for 2024. You want to get ahead of the ball. Get this on the calendar. The certified Chapman installers are the professionals you want on this job. So think Chapman, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Take a virtual tour. Look at all the beautiful work they do. Windows, doors. I love the makeovers that they show, front door makeovers. That James Hardy Plank is beautiful. Windows, doors. They really do it all. 610-431-8898. They're local. You can call them. You can text them. And you're not going to get some kind of a bot. You're going to get a person in the office right there in Chester County. So 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Debt. If you hate debt as much as we do, listen. Debt. It's one of the biggest problems faced by 77% of Americans. A system called Debt Free for Life is a smart, financially unique solution. Not only does Debt Free for Life, a proprietary system that you can access absolutely free, help our clients pay off their debts years, sometimes decades earlier, it can also save them tens of thousands of dollars in interest, build their wealth at the same time, and it does it all tax-free. Find out more now. Go to jmlfinancialgroup.com to get your free report on Debt Free for Life, or call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group at 856-751-1771. Remember, access to Debt Free for Life is absolutely free. Check it out now at jmlfinancialgroup.com.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
You've heard it said, he's a diamond in the rough. Or maybe, diamonds are forever. Here's something else I've learned about diamonds. They're just pieces of coal put under pressure for a long, long, long time. So when I start feeling like I want to give up, I think about that little piece of coal. And if that piece of coal can make something of itself by not giving up, so can I. Persistence is in you. From PassItOn.com.
Hey, Rob Bradford here. I have set out on a mission with my good friends at FanDuel to prove what I have known for some time. Baseball isn't boring. Now I have a daily podcast to prove it with some of the most notable people in the baseball world, screaming baseball isn't boring from the mountaintops, or at least agreeing to come on our show. Players, managers, GMs, and yes, even the commissioner of baseball, Rob Manfred. It has been a constant wave of baseball's most powerful voices. So join the revolution. Subscribe and soak in Baseball Isn't Boring. Listen on your Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. You'll be glad you did.
Get ready to fall head over wheels in love, because Busch Infinity of Westchester has a Valentine's surprise just for you. This month, you could lease a 2024 Infiniti QX60 for as low as $599 per month. And take advantage of rates as low as 0% for 36 months on select models. Who needs Cupid's arrow when you've got the horsepower of an Infiniti to sweep you off your feet? Visit us in-store or online today at infinityofwestchester.com. Billy rides with us.
With the right treatment and support, recovery from addiction is not just possible, it is probable. Millions of Americans have gone on to live fulfilling lives in recovery from addiction. You can start your journey to recovery today. Call 1-800-662-4357 for drug and alcohol treatment and support services in your area. Recovery starts with a call. Contact 1-800-662-HELP today.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Don't miss Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor, Saturday afternoons at 5. Tune in for accurate information so you can make the right medical decisions. Your radio doctor, Dr. Marianne Ritchie, Saturday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Audubon. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire. Ooh.
Mustard. Kayal Company, 721 Friday morning. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Cut sheet in about 25 minutes. Just over an hour away from Disney keyword number 12 this morning. I think about this. I mean, 12 down, 5 to go. And next Friday, 7 days and 1 hour from now, we will call the winner live on the air and announce who has won the 7-night trip to the Caribbean cruise with up to 4 people.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I'm so looking forward to calling this person on the air.
You think the person will cry?
I hope so.
Can we get somebody to be really in their feelings and just like have a complete break? Like, oh my God, I've been dreaming to do this for so many. You guys are the best. And we run that promo for the rest of the rest of eternity.
Exactly.
So that'd be great. All right. I think this is a very important story that has kind of gone under the radar. CBS and Paramount have, much like a lot of these streaming services and big cable networks, have had to, go through some layoffs and some firings because people are not consuming mainstream media or their streaming services, really, in all honesty, short of, the Netflixes of the world or, Apple TV. Nobody's, these Paramount Pluses and, CNN Plus, nobody's going to your main traditional linear channel. They're probably not consuming your additional stuff either. So CBS had to lay off a bunch of people, including the firing of Catherine Herridge. And the New York Post makes a very, very good point here that viewers and journalists alike are not happy about CBS getting rid of Catherine Herridge. This was an award-winning senior correspondent who sources said had run into some internal roadblocks at the network as she covered the Hunter Biden laptop story. And the veteran investigative reporter, who is currently involved in a First Amendment case that's being closely watched by journalists nationwide, was among 20 of the CBS News staffers and 800 employees that were let go on Tuesday, according to the Post. Inside the halls of CBS News, staffers were outraged and bewildered by Herridge's ouster, according to the sources close to the network. People can't make sense of this decision, they say. Herridge came to CBS in 2019 to be a balanced voice covering both sides of the aisle after having served as the chief intelligence correspondent at Fox News. Jonathan Turley issued a couple of tweets because Turley was in the reverse situation where he used to work at CBS and now is at Fox News. Dawn, as a journalist, I'm sure you have thoughts on this, but I think it's really important just because we're in an election season. This is a mainstream network, and she was one that really kind of just called it like it was. No bias, no left-leaning, no left-wing, none of that. And she's legitimately in a case right now fighting over her First Amendment rights. And I've never been a journalist. I've never had sources. But I would never give up my source at the pressure of any employer, regardless if it meant me losing my job. I would imagine that you go down with the ship if you're Catherine Herridge, right? Like you take your sources with you to the grave, so to speak, right?
Yeah, this is not good for CBS News because this is a person who is widely respected. Now, she was stolen away because I think there are some people who wanted her for exactly what you just said, for all those altruistic reasons. However, I worked at CBS Network in New York.
Okay.
The culture there, they're very liberal.
Of course.
Very liberal. More liberal, I believe, than ABC Network or even NBC.
Really?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh.
And so I think that's part of what she ran into. So they loved that, she has incredible sources. If you look at her work at Fox, this is a win for Fox because she was allowed to do her thing all those years at Fox and nobody questioned it. She had impeccable sources. Everybody really celebrated her, and she was unique. And even on Fox, they all said nobody knew her politics. Nobody, she was just left unto her own.
Mm-hmm.
CBS steals her away, and within short order, look at what's happening.
Yep.
This is bad for CBS. It's a bad look for them. Now, I'm sure that they stole her away because she loved it there and she was happy. I'm sure that they stole her away with a quite a big contract.
Oh, of course.
So she made some good coin.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're looking at layoffs, is the money they're going to claim, hey, we just couldn't afford all these people. We had to unload this. She's one person when she was promised all this huge investigative unit or whatever, producer, and making all this money. We couldn't justify it.
Yep.
But nobody believes that.
Do you think she faces internal roadblocks if this was not a Hunter Biden laptop story, but an Eric Trump Jr. laptop story?
That's exactly it.
That's I think the entry level question.
But let me push back for a second. So because it's one of your favorites, that then there's some conspiracy to get rid of her. Like, Could it just be budget cuts?
It could very well. I mean, and we've got the CNN story. I mean, she could absolutely, but it's the optics of it. Whether or not that's the actual decision.
I don't disagree, and I don't even really believe what I'm saying. I'm just pushing back a little bit that just because it's somebody that you guys admire that has done good work.
I just like her because she calls it down the middle. The same thing with Jonathan Turley. Now, they might very well be conservative or Republican. I don't really care about that. I just like the fact that in a network, I mean, let's face it, NBC, ABC, CBS, they're all left. Dawn, you said CBS, the left of the most, of all of these networks. It's just nice that you have somebody there that is just going to look at the facts and do the due diligence and not be a mouthpiece for the establishment. My thing that I love most about this, that really ticks me off, is they were trying to make it difficult for her to do her. Here's what you have to do. Whether you're a journalist or an opinionist. So, Dawn, you're a journalist. I'm not a journalist. I just give opinions. You never want to be told what you can report, have to unveil sources from a journalism side. From the opinion side, I never want to be told that I can't say something. And I'm not kissing butt just because we're here now, but for the 4 years that I've worked for Odyssey, whether it was sports in Atlanta, Georgia, or news and talk here in Philadelphia, not once have I ever been told, you can't say that. Or I read your big take. You got to take out that sentence. Or you're like, and that's all I think as a talk show host, whether you're doing sports or news and politics, you just want to have the freedom and the autonomy to say what you truly believe. So I just look at this and I'm like, okay, I get it. It's budget probably. I mean, look at some of these CNN salaries. We'll get to this in a couple of minutes. Anderson Cooper, $20 million. Wolf Blitzer, $15 million. Jake Tapper, $8.5 million. These guys are making a king's ransom, and nobody watches them. Like, so I understand the budget side of things from CBS. Nobody's streaming Paramount Plus, right? Like, it's just...
No, that's not true. I love Paramount Plus.
Do you really?
Yeah,
we do, too.
You can watch some old Beavis and Buttheads.
But they're getting to a point now where I think, and Dawn, you've said this for a while, especially like at the Fox 29s and the CBS 3s and the NBC 10s. The days of making seven figures... Like, if you're a new aspiring journalist fresh out of college and you think you're going to make $1.2 million at Channel 3, I got news for you. You might want to subtract about $700,000 off of that, $800,000 off of that, because those days are over, right?
Yeah. They're all of these networks and their dwindling ratings. You look at all, and that's just it. They could just take out a few people at the top at CBS, and I'm sure that's the internal conversation. They have 800 people they're laying off, and some of them peons, and yet they could. But this goes back to like broadcast news, the old classic movie, right?
We always go over this. It never works out like that because the top people, for whatever reason, always seem to stay, and then it just trickles down. They're like, well, this person makes $60,000. Let's get rid of them. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Where the big bosses are making $300 million. Jesus on the YouTube chat says, but Nick, Greg tells you what to do all the time.
We start at 6 a.m.
No, I mean, you guys can both attest to this. I have never, ever, ever done editorial control.
No.
I give you suggestions like, hey, maybe do this in the big take instead of that.
Right.
But I never said don't do this.
Or you send us an email with like, hey, these 5 stories caught my eye.
Yep.
And it's up to us whether we use them or where we use them, when we get to them, right?
And by the way, I've been at this radio station for 20 years, many different factions of this radio station, and it's always been like that. Nobody has ever once told us what to say or what to do.
And I've worked at radio stations and for radio companies that micromanaged me beyond belief. Like, hey, don't avoid that. Don't make it personal. I'm like, dude, you just let me do my job, right? Like, if you hire a journalist or a talk show host, you obviously believe in their ability. Let the people do their thing. And I think, Catherine Herridge at Fox was able to do her thing. And she probably met some resistance at CBS. And, of course, that came with a big salary. And they said, all right, you put those two together. I think we should trim some fat. Herridge has to go, regardless of whether you think that's the right decision or not. 855-839-1210. The cut sheet coming up at 7:45. But what about politics? Politics on social media, as well as the sports landscape. We'll get to these two stories when we continue. But right now, I need to tell you about Blue Chew. All right, boys, men, gentlemen, young guys out there, older guys, you want to boost your confidence? You need that extra jump to your performance this year, I've got the solution for you, and it's BlueChew.com, because Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in chewable form at a fraction of the cost. And Blue Chew is an online prescription service, so there's no visits to the doctor's office, no awkward conversations, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. And it ships right to your door in a discreet package. And here's a special deal for Kayal and Company listeners. Try Blue Chew for free. That's right, free, when you use the promo code 1210 at checkout. Just pay the $5 for shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code 1210 to receive your first month free. Blue Chew tablets made in the USA.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults.
Nothing is everything.
Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State basketball this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof game plan.
Listen on your schedule. Anytime. Just go to 1210 WPHT on the Odyssey app and search the Kayal and Company podcasts.
The record machine. I knew he must have been about 17.
Kayal and Company as we roll on live Friday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT 855-839-1210 is how you climb in. Cut sheet coming up in about 8 minutes. Disney keyword under an hour from now. But I want to get to politics from the standpoint of social media, as well as a article that was written in the New York Times about how sports talk radio hosts are quickly becoming conservative media pundits. But I'll start with what Instagram and Threads, specifically Meta, Mark Zuckerberg, and what the massive social media giant is now vowing to do, as they will apparently, according to CNN, no longer promote political content. And no one is able to really define what is political content, according to this story. So Threads is, and this is from Adam Mosseri, the Meta executive who oversees both Instagram and Threads, has said that the app will avoid promoting undefined, quote, political content. But what constitutes political content? And according to this story in CNN, they dubbed this to be an extraordinary move that will have far-reaching and significant consequences for the public discourse. They go on to say in a series of posts announcing the policy, Mosseri, the Meta executive who oversees both Instagram and Threads, said the company does not want to, quote, proactively amplify political content from accounts that you don't follow. Mosseri said that the platforms will still show users content from the accounts that they have chosen to follow, but added that the company will, quote, will avoid recommending political content to the broader masses. He explained, our goal is to preserve the ability for people to choose to interact with political content while respecting each person's appetite for it. So I just a couple of thoughts on this. I just find it interesting that this is what they are going to do, and this is how they are framing it and positioning it in an election year of 2024. I also think this is interesting coming off of what we learned from the 2020 election with how Mark Zuckerberg and Instagram and Facebook, censored certain things, silenced others. Of course, we know about the Hunter Biden New York Post laptop story, how you were not able to share that. And I don't think that anybody really believes that the hiding of the political content that they are claiming that they will do will be bipartisan. So do we actually believe, based on precedent here, based on what we saw in the last election cycle, that Instagram and Meta will actually remove you will be political content free when you open up your account, that you will not see anything Republican or Democrat, left-wing or right-wing, liberal or conservative. And when we think about this, because I know the way, TV and radio works in elections, and Greg, you would know as the boss and having done this for a long time, we cannot turn down political advertisements, right? We have to be fair,
yes.
Okay, if yes. A wants to advertise, we have to say yes, and if B wants to advertise, we have to say yes.
100%.
Okay.
Those are political ads, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now I don't know how this works in the social media stratosphere. I just highly doubt that this will be a neutral thing. And look, I've opened up my timeline, and I can only base it off of the only app I use, which is Twitter, which we now call X. I see all sorts of political ads from people that I don't follow, including those that are conservative. There's all these different companies out there that are pushing a certain message, and I'm like, what in the hell is this? And I click on it, and I'm like, okay, I don't follow it, yet I still see it. Do we believe that this will be a neutral thing moving forward? Because as much as I like Twitter, Instagram and Meta and Facebook and Threads, all of that is consumed by far more millions of Americans than Twitter and X is. I know we kind of live in our own little bubble, and I'm not on Facebook because of politics. I'm just not on Facebook because I don't want to see people's kids all the time. I got off of that 12 years ago. I have my doubts about the agenda here of these companies in big tech in Silicon Valley. Do you think this will be a neutral thing? I don't. But I'm not on it, so I'm not going to be able to actually truly find out.
I think neutral, first and foremost, neutral does not sell. What people want, what people love is a strong opinion or they want the grit. They want the detail.
When they either want to have something that reinforces their beliefs and values or something so opposite of what they love that it triggers them.
Amen.
Right? Which is why I keep always asking the question, we always hear, well, what about a third party in the United States? And what about a news network that's just the facts? And I'm thinking, everybody claims to want that, yet that never sells. And I'm just thinking about this from a media standpoint. Who claims to be in the media these days the most centrist? I mean, News Nation has kind of branded themselves like that. but it's still far left of center, I would say.
Yes.
And there's no Newsmax or OAA or OAN that tries to say that they're further right than Fox is these days.
OAN.
Yeah, so we keep hearing about this need for just centrist. And I do believe population-wise, those people out there, they exist, and there's a lot of them. But there's never been this like result where it's like, okay, let's create the network. And like what sells right now? Fox and MSNBC, right? Like CNN is getting roasted by MSNBC because they do left better than CNN does.
What worries me when you're talking about all of this and you think about the layoffs at CBS, how people are turned off and no longer trust any of the institutions, network news being the main loser on this side. What worries me is all of the AI generation that we see, and the technology is coming out so fast.
Yep.
And we've seen Congress, who look at the average age of Congress members, they're lifers in there and they're aging. They don't even understand the technology. And so you have these AI video generators coming out. It's amazing. And then I put together, the strikes that we've seen, the writer's strike. They're done. AI, all of the video generation that's happening, and it's so highly produced and it's so well produced, and it's happening so quickly that we're not getting ahead of it.
Yep.
So what I fear the most, and look at the networks. I'm just going to put this out. Look at how Fox, their graphics. You just mentioned OAN. You mentioned Newsmax. The problem with some of these networks is they're boring visually. They're boring. Fox does a beautiful job visually, but the AI video generation that's coming out, it's gorgeous. It's stunning. You can't look away from it. And so they will, whoever can capitalize on that and then put that together with alleged news and information, that's when we're in trouble.
Yeah, it's a very good point. 855-839-1210 is the number. And there's your excuse if you're a social media company right there as far as artificial intelligence goes. Well, because, we'll probably see Mark Zuckerberg before Congress again testifying. We talked about, the porn that's on social media, the drugs. Remember, he had to get up and stand up and apologize to all of those parents. Zuckerberg can come out and say, yeah, we're going to really streamline this, make sure people that don't want political content won't get it. And then when we still get inundated with it and clobbered over the head with it, he can just sit there and say, well, we have bots and there's spam and there's artificial intelligence. We're doing all we can, but obviously we can't, nip all of it in the bud, so to speak. So you're always going to have like that built-in excuse. And I think that's kind of the double-edged sword of AI. To your point, yeah, visually you can do some incredible things, content-wise, production-wise, but the reverse of that is, all the spam, the misinformation, the disinformation. I mean, I saw a video yesterday on Twitter of Alvin Bragg that was completely doctored with artificial intelligence. It was so bad it was funny, but there are some people that come across it and think it's true and it's fact, and we get our news from there, which we know Greg Stocker hates, and then all of a sudden you look like an idiot and you have to correct yourself. So
we didn't do that.
No, we did not do that. That's right.
Dawn stopped us from doing that yesterday.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
Because two teenagers in Kansas City. Oh, you're gonna. Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that. We have all that. That's how I'm gonna start the cut sheet today.
All right, and it is now 7:45, right on the dot. So let's get to it. A Friday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
I didn't mean to stifle you. I want your comments. I just wanted to.
Yes, sir.
Set it up first. No. I'm just saying. You don't need to. What's on the cut sheet on this Friday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where right now you can get a sensational 2023 S60 courtesy of Volvo for less than $29,000. By the way, this weekend, the best weekend to buy a car, trust me. These beautiful Volvos have less than 5,000 miles. Hurry to Cherry Hill Volvo today to get yours. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Thank you, Judith Yosef, for being such a loyal sponsor to this program, the Zioli Show, and 1210 WPHT in general. By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. If you're watching right now, please hit the subscribe button. Please hit the subscribe button. We want to get some more subscribers. We've been lax in getting our subscriber count up.
Yeah, you haven't done a lot of begging lately.
No. I'd like to get to 6,000. So if we can get to 6,000, that would be great. So if you're watching right now, please hit the like button and also hit the subscribe button. I want to get to 6,000. Okay. Spending all this time this morning on the Fonnie Willis thing, and by the way, the back and forth we had this morning on whether her dress was on inside out, it's up on Twitter. The video is up on Twitter at 1210wpht.com. So if you missed it, if you just tune in late, it is up on Twitter. You can judge for yourself at 1210wpht on Twitter. Okay. With all the Fonnie Willis stuff, we forgot about the Kansas City Chiefs parade shooting.
Yes.
Where the police, the Kansas City police came out yesterday and said after one dead, 20-plus shot at the Chiefs Super Bowl parade, it appeared to be a dispute between several people that ended in gunfire.
So this was not show up and let's shoot up the Super Bowl parade. This is people that can't get along, and then guns start being pulled out.
Well, the two people that I've seen on the news, I'm not going by social media, I'm actually going by the news, that were detained, looked like juveniles. One can assume they were a part of some sort of a gang. I don't know.
Okay.
That's the word that's missing. You just said it.
What?
Gangs.
Yeah.
It's all the headlines. 2 juveniles, and therefore we're not going to name them because they're juvies.
Yep.
And this all goes away in a city where they have the highest murder rate and they have a gang problem. And nobody talks about the gangs here in Philadelphia or there or anywhere.
Yeah, Kansas City's a disaster when it comes to gangs and murder rates, and so's Memphis.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sad.
Let's start with Cut 13 here. This is the Kansas City Police Chief discussing this. Cut 13, Phil, go.
First and foremost, I want to stress that preliminary investigative findings have shown there was no nexus to terrorism or homegrown violent extremism. This appeared to be a dispute between several people that ended in gunfire.
Well, thank God it wasn't terrorism.
Right.
It's just a dispute.
Oh, my God.
Because you're in Kansas City. I guess they're in Kansas City. That's how they, it's just a dispute, and it's Kansas City.
So we could just lump this in with gang violence, or this is just inner city violence. This is just another day in the life of rough neighborhoods. Cool. I love how we just, we've become so numb to the casual routine. I mean, honest to God, and Dawn, this is not me like disparaging the news at 6 and 7 o'clock, but if you were to take Dawn's news each morning for the most part, and when she says we've got violence or we've got a carjacking or a shooting, and we just put together a montage, I mean, short of the extravagant, like the officer was pinned up against the wall, it's the same thing over and over. And it's like we just... in society,
we're numb to it.
We've just come to accept it.
You're so right about this. When it fits a narrative of some white MAGA guy or some white male who's shut in, who lives in his mom's basement and spends all of his time online, we go wall-to-wall coverage on it.
Mm-hmm.
When it's a gang situation, everybody's like, well, that's how they operate.
Yeah. The
9 kids were shot.
Right. Like, the reality is this. There's a major crisis. There's an epidemic. Whatever salacious headline-grabbing word you want to use, is we have a major issue in this country with black-on-black violence.
Yep.
That's just the fact.
Yep.
But the media is only worried about the rare time when a white officer does something to a minority, or a white person shoots up a school because he's wearing a red hat. Yet we just gloss over. It's like, well, you're just flipping through the news today. Okay, we got more shootings in Kensington and Strawberry Mansion. Okay, let's get to the weather. It's like, it's just another stroll down the park.
Yep.
It's unbelievable.
And listen to the words you just said by this police chief who said there's not any connection to terrorism or homegrown violent extremism.
Yep.
Geez, couldn't we say that some of the gang violence is
terrorism,
domestic terrorism,
Yes.
or violent extremism?
Yes.
And so anything else, and I was trying to think of an analogy such as, if you took your car to get fixed or you had a problem in your home, like a pipe problem or something, you always have to identify the problem and specify it.
Yeah.
So the fact that these people, not the cops on the street, obviously, but this police chief or these DAs, they never want to identify the problem. And this creates chaos because now the police have to parse their words and be so careful as they try to deal with it and as a community deals with it.
Mm-hmm.
Just deal with it. What's going on? The kids are being recruited in gangs. It's gangs, drugs, and guns.
Yep.
How are these young kids as young as 13, 14 years old, how are they getting these firearms? A lot of them we're learning are ghost guns.
Yeah, I just love how we always try to qualify terrorism as either white domestic terrorism or you have to be from the Middle East. I got news for you. There's more than just two groups of people that commit terrorist acts. Yeah. And they don't have to come from Iraq, Iran, Syria, Lebanon, you name it, Jordan, wherever. And also, they're not all just Republicans that are angry about 2020.
Also, the brazen nature of this,
Yes.
with all of the people out there and with cops.
800 cops.
With 800 cops out there and not giving a flying you-know-what about it. It had... That screams gangs because they don't care. They're running amok on the streets here in Philadelphia. They don't care.
Yeah. And
nothing's going to happen to them.
And we need to have somebody in the media at one of these next gatherings, press assemblies, where you have these mayors from these progressive cities. You know, whether it's a Brandon Johnson from Chicago or wherever, the DA or the mayor out in San Francisco who's turned that city into a hellhole. I would say with all of this gang violence, so we came off of 2020, the BLM movement, right? Black Lives Matter. Well, then I would ask the question, and I would position it verbatim directly to these nut jobs that don't enforce crime in their cities. I would say, so do Black Lives only matter when the perpetrator's white? Because the message that you give off is that when it's black on black crime, Black lives don't matter. I was told Black Lives Matter, which I agree with. They should. They do. Everybody's life should be viewed equally. Why is it that when it's black on black crime, it's just we just move past it?
Yeah.
Right?
And couldn't you argue, first of all, to your point, that it's racist in the way these cases and stories are handled, especially in the media?
Yes. Yes, you have to have certain boxes checked for it to get the coverage that it deserves.
So Justin Mohn, or Mon, however you say his name, just the individual, the sick individual who murdered his father, Michael Mohn, who was a Army Corps of Engineer and beloved in the community, a husband, a father. He's dead. This guy, white guy in Bucks County, you see his face and his identity everywhere going forward. But the individuals who just carried out the Kansas City, you know what I'm going to say?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Yep. You don't see their, this
embarrassing.
This Bucks County kid is plastered everywhere. He's 30-some years old.
32.
Yeah.
But it's maybe if we would talk about the facts in an objective manner, maybe we could find something. For example, I don't know, the mental health crisis during the pandemic. We have this 32-year-old guy who lost his job, feels isolated. Do these young men and boys in our cities, is there an isolationism? Is there a father issue? Is there a community? If we start looking at it and trying to look for what is the problem of this, then we can come to solutions.
Yeah.
But when you have career politicians who just want to raise money off of it and say, it's about the guns.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
They don't want to fix the problem.
Yep.
They just want to keep peddling the fear and keep the division going. That's the whole part of the game. There's no, just like in the big food, big pharma, big take that we talked about, there's no profit to be made in healing people. We want to treat people. We want to keep them in the cycle.
Well, that didn't stop the White House and Karine Jean-Pierre for saying that we need to ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. I'm going with cut 12 here, Phil. Go.
We need to ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines, require safe storage of guns, pass a national red flag law, enact universal background checks, and invest in proven solutions that reduce violence.
Look, I'm all for, jumping on these red flags when they're made present to us.
But we don't.
That's the problem. And the same thing with, we talk about this, we're going to ban assault rifles and assault weapons and high-powered magazines. What if we talked about bans on this show? We've talked about bans on TikTok and banning this and banning that. And what's the conclusion that we've arrived at on bans? They don't work, and it makes people want to go out and get it even more. So let's address the root. We talk about the root cause. The root cause is mental health, in my opinion.
And by the way, will banning assault rifles or whatever they call them, Will that stop the gangs from doing this? This was a gang situation.
Right.
Gangs are not worried about things being illegal.
No.
Or them not being able to get things. They're going to get things one way or another.
Yeah, there's a thing called the black market. If you want something, you can get it. Oh, by the way, we have an open border at the southern border. So if you get these, quote, guns off the street, you don't think those guns can flow in through the southern border like everything else does?
Yeah. Or you could just look at our own local sheriff's office here in Philadelphia, because somehow
they lose them.
Weapons that were taken off the streets and used as murder weapons or in the process of a crime suddenly turned back out on the streets, bought by gang members and used in other murders.
Interesting.
Sheriff Bilal.
Well, how about this TikToker? He blames Republicans and Fox News for the Kansas City shooting.
Right. So those teenagers definitely watch Fox News
because I quote, they don't like Taylor Swift. This is what some individual who decided that before any facts were out on anything would go on TikTok and espouse his views.
This could be a column in the Washington Post by Monday.
Cut 14, Phil, go.
So a mass shooting literally just happened at the Chiefs Super Bowl victory parade. Thank you, Fox News. I wonder which side of people got their whole base whipped up into a frenzy because they were mad about Taylor Swift. I have no idea who these people were that shot this thing up.
But I'm guessing.
But I can take a
probably matters.
Wild guess.
Oh, he's going to take a wild guess.
This is such bullshit. This is why we need to vote these MAGA people out of our country. This is bullshit. It shows that there's at least one dead, 8 to 10 people shot. And this is not over football. This was over politics. I guarantee it.
Yep.
MAGA and idiots who support Donald Trump.
So angry.
Jesus.
There we go.
Interesting how the hat has the lettering in the right flow, but the shirt is vice versa backwards. I don't know. I'm a little confused there. He mind-effed me on many different fronts. So he was wrong on everything.
Everything.
This was not political. This was gang-related. This was two young minorities, two juvenile minorities. I think I have a pretty good understanding of what the demo looks like for Fox News viewers, age, race, religion. I'm assuming that Fox News is probably not big in the 14 to 16-year-old community. My guess, just me. I didn't watch news when I was a minor for the most part, short of the O.J. Simpson case. But yes, this guy completely whiffed on every assumption. I don't know when that was posted, but this is why it's like, it's better to wait and be right than to be the first one to go out there and start opining and look like a complete jackass.
This is the problem with social media. It's just everybody has an opinion, and then they go on TikTok or Twitter or something and throw it out there, and it just kind of snowballs. Then somebody watches that and be like, yeah, it's probably Fox. Yeah, Fox News. Doesn't follow the news, so maybe didn't see the update on who actually committed this heinous attack.
Yeah.
And is there going around to, well, did you hear it's MAGA people that are doing it?
Yeah. And
that's how misinformation spreads.
And he was so fired up. He doesn't. Not only does he want to vote MAGA Republicans out of office, he wants to vote them out of the country.
Out of the country.
I don't know that you can do that, sir.
But to push back a little bit, so he's far left, blaming MAGA, blaming Fox, blaming Republicans, etc. But on the right, there were a lot of conservative sites who were fooled into seeing a suspect who was not a suspect by the first name Omar.
Like us.
Who believed that
Stalker, I found this guy on the curb. he did something in January.
No, she's right. She's absolutely right.
Yeah.
We fell into that trap too.
Yep.
So we all have to just not get played.
Yep.
We're all getting played and pimped by a whole lot of really wealthy, powerful people who just want us to fight down and grovel on the ground while they make a boatload of money. And stay rich. And stay powerful.
Yeah, no, you're right. And to your point too, with the picture that we thought might have been a suspect. I mean, how many times do we now? We're at a point where when you see something on social media, you need to double check. Heck, you need to triple check and really do your due diligence to make sure what you are seeing is actually authentic. And I think it's by design, honestly. Like, all these politicians, remember when they dubbed Kamala the czar for AI? We've got to make sure we get this under control. I think, and this is bipartisan, by the way. I think Republicans and Democrats in office alike, I think they love artificial intelligence because it keeps all of us unsure of what is actual true.
And by the way, you can say you now have a built-in excuse for anything. Can you imagine if during the Clinton administration, when the whole Monica Lewinsky thing came out, even like, it wasn't me, it was AI. You know what I mean? That's the excuse now for everything.
Yeah.
They've doctored that it's not true.
Yep.
That's what's scary about that, is that everybody now has a built-in excuse for everybody. Yep. I didn't say that, it must have been AI.
Yeah.
And how do you prove it?
That's right. It's very hard.
Let's stick with TikTok here. This person claimed that because an 80-year-old white woman complimented her on her perfume, that it's offensive to black culture, and she now wants reparations.
80-year-old white lady.
So she's
says,
in.
Hey, you smell nice.
Yeah,
That's offensive.
she's in like a Walgreens or something, and this woman comes up to her and says, "You smell very nice." And,
okay.
Yeah,
sniffed her like Joe would.
Cut one, Phil, go.
But listen, we need to have a conversation. I know y'all give compliments a little bit different because of y'all culture or your lack thereof, but we got to talk about this physical boundary y'all are constantly violating. I was not touched this time, but let me just give you the backstory. Earlier this week, I was in Walgreens. There was a little old white lady standing in front of the nail selection. I was in front of the eyelashes. I'm in Florida. I feel like that's important to the story. Anywho, she was like, is that you? And I was like, I beg your pardon? She was like, that smell? Is that you? Well, I wanted to say, well, whoever smelled it dealt it. But I felt like that was a little assertive for an 80-year-old.
That's kind of funny.
I love that line. Yeah.
So I was like, well, what does it smell like before I claim it? So she was like, oh, it's very fragranty. I extended my arm. She sniffed. She said I smelled lovely. Fine. Good compliment, whatever. Well, why am I in TJ Maxx? Okay, the same place I get this mug because y'all are always asking me. I'm in TJ Maxx 4 minutes into my shopping experience, and I am sniffed from behind like a in a damn dog park. What the is going on? So for a second, I paused, and I was like, is it my boyfriend? Because, you know, boyfriends do that weird thing. Sometimes they just want to sniff you, and then I said, I do not have one. So it could not be that. I turn around, and a white lady is standing so close to me. Had she pursed her non-existent lips, she would have kissed me. So she's like, sorry if I startled you. You smell wonderful. Startled me.
All right, there's the crazy laugh. That's mental health.
I'm going to get my reparations one way or another.
So she wants reparations for compliments. We're really going down a really interesting rabbit hole, aren't we?
By the way, if you're watching the video on YouTube, this post, whenever it was posted, has like 38,000 likes.
38,000 likes.
I am shocked. The level of stupidity that people will sit through. They will sit through this.
Yep.
And I guess I just made the audience sit through it.
Yeah, you did. And your hosts. Although, I got to say, whoever smelt it, dealt it is an all-timer.
It is.
Right?
Yeah.
Usually, if you're the one who deals it, you just stay quiet and hope nobody notices. I think that's the unwritten rule of thumb here. But, you know, the first instance, I have no issue with. The second one, if she's telling the truth, like, you don't go up to other people, and I'm going to put my nose up to the microphone right here and go... Like, you don't get in somebody's space and sniff them. Now, if you're 3 feet apart, 6 feet apart, socially distanced or whatever they used to call it, and you say, "Ooh, boy, that's what is that Ralph Lauren? What is that? Liz Claiborne? That smells very nice. That's a nice compliment." But yeah, I agree with her from the standpoint of you can't actually get up on people and, you know, come within like 6 inches. Especially a stranger. I would be like, what are you doing?
Yeah, was it Joe Biden in a wig, like sniffing her? Sniffing her hair?
Dawn, would you be offended if some woman came up to you and say, "Oh, you smell lovely"?
No, I wouldn't be offended. But if somebody came up and sniffed me, that is it's a little creepy. But maybe, I don't know. I think that lady was lonely and, you know, was looking for a conversation.
80-year-old woman.
She said she was in her 80s, and maybe she's just a lonely person and just wanted to strike up a conversation.
Yeah. She wants reparations for compliments. Get lost.
Maybe she was
38,000 likes.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry about that, everybody. Sorry about that, Delaware Valley.
Yeah.
I apologize. Moving on to cut 2 here, Phil. Secretary Janet Yellen, Treasury Secretary, was interviewed by CBS News, speaking of CBS, about all kinds of things. And then she was asked about Biden's cognitive decline. And she claims that he's at the top of his game.
Sharp as a tack.
Cut 2, Phil, go.
It called President Biden a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. Do you agree with that?
I absolutely disagree with that. I work very closely with President Biden, and I'm often with him on foreign trips. He's at the top of his game.
He's at the top of his game.
Wow.
He is in his prime.
I got to say this, obviously we're not around them, so we don't know what he's like day to day. But all you have to do is listen to clips from him from the mid-2000s when he was vice president.
Yeah.
And you can just tell the way he sounds he's not at the top of his game.
Yeah, that's correct. He hasn't been at the top of his game since the mid-90s. And that was when he was in his 50s. By the way, Janet Yellen is 77 years old, for those that are tracking all of our fossils in politics.
Oh, my God.
My God.
Can we stop?
Let me see. How old is Schumer, by the way? I'm going to take a look at Chuck Schumer.
I don't think he's as old as you think he is. He just looks old.
73.
Yeah, that's not that old these days.
Yeah. He's still 8 years younger than Joe.
Oh, my God.
It's unbelievable.
But the truth is with Chuck Schumer, I don't hear people saying, "Oh, how old is he generally?" because he doesn't have those moments.
Right.
Yeah.
For the most part, he's pretty well spoken. It seems like he's still with it.
Think about Bernie Sanders. The guy looks like the crypt keeper. I don't know how old he is, but he looks like he's well up there.
Tell you
and
right now.
Nobody has ever questioned him.
82.
He's older than Joe.
There you go.
This conversation ends right there, right? Like Bernie Sanders is a year to a year and a half older than Joe Biden and is far more with it, with his mental faculties, his mental acuity, his cognitive measures, and all this other stuff.
You're 100% right.
Wow. Janet Yellen.
Remember,
82.
I always think of Bernie when he was. Remember he was playing. What didn't he play basketball with his sons back in 2016?
Yep.
He's trying to show that he's athletic, and you're right about him. Nobody brings up his age.
And he's older than Joe Biden.
And by the way, Bernie looked better in that basketball clip with his sons than Gavin did when he was running over those Chinese kids.
By the way, remember Bernie? He demanded a hot tub in the hotel rooms. He said that's one of his keys.
Oh, really?
A hot tub, yeah.
That's his key to youth?
The ute.
Utes.
The hot tub. Well, Dawn, you should hook him up with your
I know,
your
spring
company.
dance hot tubs and Bernie.
There you go.
It's you know how he wants to make teeth and all that a right? He should make hot tubs an American right.
There you go. I think everybody could get behind that.
So I want everybody to picture this. Dawn and Larry and the boys get back from a big weekend of football games and whatever. The boys go off to do whatever. Dawn and Larry are like, all right, let's go outside, sit down in our spring dance hot tub. They go out, they open up the back door, and Bernie Sanders is just chilling in their hot tub, drinking a glass of wine.
Come join me.
Let me tell you about capitalism.
Because he's redistributed the hot tubs.
Have you bought my book?
Education Secretary Miguel Cardona was speaking yesterday, and he was talking about education, and he said there's not something that we do that's not part of our equity initiative when talking about education.
Yeah. Okay.
Cut 3, Phil. Go.
What an honor to serve as Secretary of Education at this time in our country's history. And I say, we do this work, and in education, there's not something that we do that's not part of our equity initiative, because education is equity in this country.
There it is.
So is I'm assuming under the umbrella of equity, that would include the nonsense of, biological men in a school going into a female bathroom, things like that. Of course, from a hiring practice standpoint. By the way, maybe if we got rid of, quote, equity, we wouldn't have all these teachers that are having meltdowns on TikTok. It's been a while since we've played one of those, right? Like where they talk about putting up their pronouns on the chalkboard.
Oh, they're out there. I haven't.
Just giving it a rest.
Yeah.
There's so much to choose from.
There is.
So little time.
Yeah. And by the way, too, especially equity in education, that doesn't end in, middle school or high school. That goes to college where, hey, now we're going to start. Oh, well, now they've changed it, obviously, with the affirmative action ruling. But, we're going to accept lesser talented people at our higher institutions to achieve equity quotas.
Donald Trump's first criminal trial is set to begin March, 24th?
Yeah. Almost a year to the day that the Bragg case came out.
This is the Alvin Bragg case, the alleged hush money payments to porn star Stormy Daniels. Michael Cohen, who actually went away for this, was on CNN last night discussing it, and this is what he said. This is cut 17, Phil, go.
Once again, be in the same room with Trump and to testify.
Yeah, I had no problem the last time at the New York Attorney General's case of being in the same room as Donald. I'm not the only one who has said this. I felt nothing. There's no intimidation by him. He's the one that's sitting at the defendant's desk, not me. I'm just merely a witness and a subpoenaed witness. So I will be there because I'm under subpoena.
Right. But not because you want to or you're eager to just go in. You're going because you have to
Nobody wants to do this. This isn't fun. Look at, for example, with Fani Willis today. They get personal. They get nasty. And I expect mine to be as nasty, if not nastier, than the questions that were thrown at Fani Willis today.
So when Trump walked into the hearing today, I just played him, but I'll quote him again. We want delays. Obviously, I'm running for election. Okay, everyone knows that's what they're trying to do.
He's been running for 3 years now.
So do you have any doubt that he will be convicted in this case, in the hush money case in Stormy Daniels?
So knowing the cases I do, this is a very simple case, and I agree with Judge Merchan. This is not even a 6-week case. I would say at best it would be a 4-week case. My understanding is that on the Trump side, they only have one witness, and maybe there's 10 on the prosecution side. This case could and should be over in a month with a decision.
And do you, have any question about whether he'll be convicted?
Oh, I believe, based upon the information that I know, and based upon not just the documentary evidence, but the corroborating testimony from so many people, I believe that he will be found guilty on all charges.
All right, so there he is, Michael Cohen, former Trump attorney, on with Aaron Burnett on CNN. That case, by the way, yesterday, I know we're all infatuated with the Fani Willis case. Trump, I mentioned in the big take this morning at 6:15, his motion to dismiss in the Alvin Bragg case yesterday was denied by the judge, and that trial will begin, I believe, 5 weeks from tomorrow, March 25th. I'm so many things flying around in my head here. I'm trying to remember what the penalty is if convicted in the Bragg case for Trump, because according to Cohen, he thinks it's pretty much a slam dunk.
But it's not. It's the weakest case by far.
I'm trying to. I want to. You see, I think most people. I mean, when we hear of all the Trump cases and you rank them from forget from a culpability standpoint. I think from an interest level standpoint, this is probably the second least interesting of all of them. I think the classified documents is probably the least interesting of all, because you just start thinking about boxes and paperwork and what has a little red label on it.
This is salacious.
This is salacious, but at the end of the day, it's $130,000. The only reason there's a little bit of interest, I think, is because that involves a porn star.
And Trump.
Well, Trump's obvious. Trump is involved in all these cases.
But essentially, it's a nuisance case. First of all, this is one of those lawfare bogus cases where they're going after him. It's obviously political, but it's essentially a nuisance case trying to mitigate PR.
Wait. He paid off a porn star. I mean, like, that did happen.
People pay off people all the time.
Okay, but I'm just saying, it's not like
I mean, people pay off
of it.
People pay off people all the time, and in fact, they do it in government. Yeah, I will remind you, they do it in government, and it's allowed.
I'm trying to find where what the possible punishment is for. I can't. All these stories I'm reading, they don't even include it. If anybody knows what the charges are, send me the link to this story, because I'm trying to do a live radio show here, and I can't be duck going things.
Which one are you talking about?
The Alvin Bragg case. If Trump is found guilty, what is the punishment?
So this one, the Alvin Bragg case.
Yeah, the $130,000.
I believe this one is a fine. It's a financial, right, because he's accused of falsifying business records.
Yeah, this is a civil case, correct?
Yeah. So this one, this one here is. not involving J6, because I know it's confusing.
I also think this has, and I know we've read the poll numbers about how people said that they'll vote differently if he's convicted. I don't think anybody changes their opinion in that poll if he's convicted on something like this.
But here's the thing. He's going to be convicted for basically the same thing that Michael Cohen went to prison for. Just remember that.
Yeah.
The guy that they're interviewing, Michael Cohen, went to prison for this.
Right. Yeah.
So, we can say it's a fine, but the guy who did the exact same thing that he's being accused of went to prison for it.
Oh, no doubt.
No, wait. Michael Cohen, now this is, a lot of people get confused over this one. Michael Cohen's, he and a business partner owned a cab company. And the business partner, I think, is still in jail, but he actually went to jail technically on that cab company and for major tax violations for hiding huge profits with regard to the sale. That had to do with the cab company.
Yeah, there's two cases civilly in New York. You have Alvin Bragg, the first one, and then we have the Letitia James Trump, operating, his businesses in New York. That's Judge Engoron. This one is Alvin Bragg, and I forget the judge's name again in this case. But yes, to your point, there's multiple.
Let's go on to another Trump case. Fonnie Willis.
We're gonna need you know what we should really do? I swear to God, I remember when I was doing sports down the street, we had a big whiteboard in the conference room, and we would have certain important stuff up for programming from like a calendar timeline standpoint, like pitchers and catchers, NFL draft. We need to get a big whiteboard.
Yeah.
We put it right on that wall back where Stocker's sitting, and we put all the Trump cases up there. And we put who the prosecutor is, when the date is, what the charge is, what the punishment is, because there's so many of them that my head's ready to explode.
I love getting back to the Michael Cohen thing too. I love how the mainstream media and the left has kind of wrapped their arms around him. He's a lying scumbag.
Who, Cohen?
Yes.
Oh, of course.
They trot him out for all of this stuff. He's grotesque human being.
Well, it's a lot harder to get your arms around Alvin Bragg. Big boy.
All right, let's go through some of the Fonnie Willis. She took the stand yesterday. This happened in the 3:00 hour where she took the stand. She was up there for a while.
Dressed still backwards.
Yes, that is being debated. Was her dress on backwards? If you want to see that video, go to at 1210 WPHT on Twitter, at 1210 WPHT on Twitter. And by the way, if you're not following our Twitter page, please follow it. But you judge for yourself if she was wearing her dress backwards. A lot of gems came out of what she said yesterday. She said that she don't like wine. She likes Grey Goose.
I'm a Tito's guy myself, but
are you?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you are. Cut 16, Phil, go.
Much less cash that time, probably $400 or $500, and then I paid for a bunch of stuff. I think we did 2 different wine tours that you do, which are pretty expensive. I think I bought him. He likes wine. I don't really like wine, to be honest with you. I like Grey Goose. I bought him a bottle of wine while we were there, and the sippings that you do. I can't remember how many, 4 or 5 different places you go. I remember we went to this place that they do pairings. That was the most expensive thing that I think that we did while we were there. So they would pair champagne, chocolate, and caviar. It was a 3, and it was 3 different things.
Wow,
Sweden,
privileged.
Russia, someplace else. I'll make that up. But that was the most expensive thing we did that trip, and I paid for that. You pay cash for us doing that? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think
She on $150,000 salary. She's
Nice.
she's living the life.
She's a walking ATM. She just spits out cash. She's got cash in her dress right now.
She makes it rain.
She makes it rain while she's popping bottles of Goose. Oh, my lady loves a little Grey Goose. By the way, overpriced. Tito's just as good for about $8 less. Just saying.
But everybody listening can listen to her testimony as she says at one point, oh, well, nothing exceeded $100, and all this cash is flowing back and forth, and then they're going to Napa, and the money, it doesn't add up. Anybody who's done any of these things knows when you're having caviar and expensive wine and expensive champagne, remember who was? Oh, it was Governor Newsom.
Newsom, yeah.
We should get him on the stand and talk about how much money it is. You're talking about huge bills. So $5,000 is not off the table if you have, depending on how many people are in your party. But you're talking about thousands of dollars if you're a day in Napa doing this heavy eating and heavy drinking with these 3 different kinds of expensive caviar.
Unbelievable. Did she say champagne and chocolate? I thought it was like red wine and chocolate. Champagne and chocolate.
It's champagne and strawberries.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Red wine and chocolate.
Yeah.
Dark chocolate.
Right. All right, so Fanny and I prefer vodka. Dawn and Nathan Wade prefer red wine.
By the way, Nathan Wade.
Wait.
Why doesn't he? What he should have done is said, I love my wife and my family, and I wanted this big job with all these hundreds of thousands, and she sexually harassed me. She forced me into it. That's what he should have done. I'm serious.
By the way, speaking of Nathan Wade, every time I hear his name, I want to say Dwayne Wade.
Yeah. Or Nathan's Hot Dogs.
Or Nathan's Hot Dogs, yeah. Somebody did this online. Go over to YouTube right now. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Nick played this clip earlier. I'm going to give people a chance to get over there. Nick played this clip earlier of him being asked. What was he asked, Nick? About a cabin, if they went to a cabin, right?
Yeah, if they spent time overnight in a cabin, and after he got through his freeze, he was saying about how he rents cabins all the time.
He rents cabins all the time, and they asked him this, and there was this long pause where you could see him look up, and he was trying to remember and all kinds of things. So somebody, God bless the internet, somebody put this. I believe this is a Barry White song while he's thinking. This is cut. What did we decide this was? Cut 15, guys, go.
Did you go to a cabin with Miss Willis ever?
Ever.
Ever.
Looks up.
No.
Nope. Never did.
Oh, that might be the greatest thing I've ever seen on the internet.
Unbelievable.
The internet always wins.
He literally is looking up into the ceiling, looking for the answer, like he's trying to figure out the square root of some obtuse number. It's like, and he just goes into pure Mitch McConnell mode. Like it was just. I even wanted to say, as I led into the cut in the big take, I said, "There's a bunch of dead air, and we did not doctor this.
No.
This guy just froze."
Yeah.
And if they had more time, they could have done video of, because they show her in sort of a yellow bikini top.
Yep.
And so they should have done maybe a graphic with like unzipping, zipping the dress with the yellow bra or bikini top underneath. I don't know.
We should figure out how you pronounce it, because I say Farash. Apparently it's Faresh.
Farish.
Farish.
Is that what?
I still got it wrong.
Somebody said rhymes with parish.
Is it Fanny or is it Fanny?
Originally, everybody said her name was Fanny, and then somebody changed it along the way.
See, I think it's Fanny when she's having champagne and caviar.
Oh,
but when she's she's making it rain with the goose, she's Fanny.
Making it rain with the
she
goose.
Says, slap it.
Oh God, man.
So actually, we have exclusive audio of Fanny from the cabin in Tennessee with Mr. Wade. Remember, they never spent the night. It was just lunch in a cabin.
What a lunch.
But we do have Anthony was able to bug the cabin in Chattanooga, and here's the exclusive audio on Kayal and Company.
You want to pound it
No!
and then do like a dry rub. That's my cooking segment, for crying out loud.
Cooking with Fanny.
Sammy, hey, she doesn't cook, okay? She goes out fine dining, but for under $100, she should have her own consumer show to tell you how to do that, because
if I had $15,000 in cash laying around, I would just order DoorDash.
By the way, there's a ton of people that tuned over to YouTube to see that, so why don't we play it again, shall we? For those of you. By the way, if you just tuned over to YouTube, please hit the like button, and also if you're not done so, please hit the subscribe button. Hit the subscribe button. Come on, it helps us out. If you hit, we want to get to 6,000 subscriptions. Okay, we're gonna do cut 15 again. The Nathan Wade thinking about Fanny. Cut 15, go. Oh wait, hang on.
3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1, go.
Did you go to a cabin with Miss Willis
Ever.
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 I love this.
I've been really trying to hold back and feeling for so long.
It's like a school bus.
No.
Never gone to a cabinet system.
No.
How dare they?
It's amazing.
But think about where we are in American politics today, where the big story is the president is being prosecuted by Fannie Willis and her lover as they go to cabins and escape from Georgia.
I love when he licks his lips right as the thought bubble.
Oh, man.
And our current president is a brain-dead corpse. And no wonder why every world leader with sinister intentions is just doing whatever the hell they want. They're like, America's a mess.
It is. It is.
Jesus. All right, coming up in a couple of minutes, it's time for Disney keyword number 12.
Yeah, buddy.
And then we'll get to Dawn's big 3. And also, April Ryan says Karine Jean-Pierre is race-based foolishness. Stop criticizing Karine because she is in a predominant spot that is occupied by white males.
Of course.
Although the facts would say completely the opposite.
Yeah.
We'll get to that as we continue. Kayal and Company back after this.
But if your family's like me, when the cold weather comes out, especially with the snow coming this weekend, that's when the crock pot has to come out. Problem is, I don't always have time to go to the store, spend a ton of money on all the ingredients, spend a ton of money chopping everything up, prepping everything for the next day. This is where whatacrock.com comes in. They have delicious, ready-made meals that truly make dinner so easy. I put the meal in my slow cooker, just drop it in the morning, run around all day. When I come home, dinner is ready and waiting, good to go. It's not like most meal companies. No. They require a subscription. They basically send you like raw potatoes and all these raw products. You end up doing everything anyway, doing all the work. That's not what this is. What a Crock is literally as simple as dropping a meal into your slow cooker and dinner is one and done. I have family coming over today and they might get to my house while I'm still on the Dawn show, okay? So guess what is in my crock pot? They're beautiful. It's like a homemade minestrone vegetarian soup, but it's just full of veggies. I put that in this morning. In the other slow cooker, I have this molten chocolate lava dessert thing that's amazing. So I can't wait to walk into that. But when the family comes in today, they're going to go, oh my gosh, what has Dawn been cooking up? Little do they know, it's all whatacrock.com. So delicious. You got to check out whatacrock.com. They have an amazing menu, all the classics, and then some new favorites. And I'll point you to the lobster ravioli. Delish. Make sure you use promo code WPHT at checkout. Get $10 off. Whatacrock.com. Code WPHT for $10 off. You got to do this. It's delicious. It's time saving. And quite frankly, it makes you look like you care. And I know you do. So if you've tried whatacrock.com before, you know it's wonderful and it's a lifesaver. Whatacrock.com, code WPHT, $10 off. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I'm starving now. Get buckets with your first bet on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It sounds delicious. Food and betting, ladies and gentlemen. Get buckets with your first bet on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook right now. New customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $250 if your bet wins. The All-Star game is this weekend. It's Sunday. I'm going to take the East at +3 and the All-Star MVP Giannis at +600. Bet on all your favorite NBA players with teams teams with bets like quick bets, life-saving parlays, exclusive props, and so much more. I love the FanDuel app. Just visit FanDuel.com/Greg and shoot your shot. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT and is the official partner of the NBA. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue does not withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-403-5569 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-403-5569. That's 800-403-5569. What do you have to lose? Call 800-403-5569. Again, 800-403-5569.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Calling on North Wales to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal Company, 8:33 as we continue Friday morning. We'll get to Dawn's Big Three coming up in a little bit. Also, more of Fani Willis, I should say. You'll hear some more from her day on the stand in just a matter of moments. But right now, it is time for day number 12 of our Disney Cruise Line vacation keyword, where you are going to take this keyword and go to 1210 WPHT and enter it for your chance on a 7-night Disney cruise for 4 to the Caribbean. And it could be you. We started this way back on February 1st, and we will continue through next Thursday. Each day at 8:30 a.m., you listen for the keyword and enter for your chance to grant your family's summer vacation wishes, because the time to show your kids the world is now. From Kayal Company and Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Some like cruises, others prefer cabins. I don't know, maybe Fani Willis and by the way, is Fani and Nate available? Are they eligible for this?
Can you imagine if next Friday you called up and it was Fani Willis and Nathan Wade that won the trip? That'd be great.
They have lots of cash, so they could just they could just pay for this outright.
They're starting a new travel company, Conservative Cabins. Escape the pressure and all the litigation of being a prosecutor at conservativecabins.com. All right, here we go. Keyword number 12, and today, Friday, February 16th, the keyword is entertainment.
Entertainment.
As in, Kayal Company is great entertainment 4 hours a day, 5 days a week. ENTERTAINMENT. Take entertainment on over to 1210WPHT.com. Enter it. We have 4 more keywords. By the way, Sean Faresh will have a keyword for you on Monday, on President's Day.
He will.
And we will do that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and announce our winner next Friday.
Maybe he'll do the keyword as Trump.
Actually, I'm looking at the keyword for Monday. It's a word I could actually hear him using coming out of his mouth as Trump.
I would love for him to do the keyword as Trump, but you have to tune in at 8:30 on on Monday to find
correct.
out. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to be listening. I'll be asleep. But I'll go back and download the Odyssey app and the Rewind feature, and I'll listen to it.
Asleep at 8:30?
Oh, I'm going to sleep in Monday.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah, brother.
But sleeping in for us is like 7 o'clock.
Yeah, on Saturdays and Sundays, you start rolling around. You're like, what time is it? So, I should have been up 3 hours ago.
Don't you normally just wake up at 4? I do that every day.
On weekends?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Really?
No, I go right through until 6:30, 7:15.
Wow.
Yeah.
Donna, do you normally wake up, like, not wake up, not get up, but do you wake up from your sleep at like 4 o'clock? And yes.
Because that's when Larry wakes me up. Are you awake? No. I try to play possum.
No, do I look like it?
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm doing the dishes, Larry. What do you need? What can I help you with? Are you awake? No, I'm jet skiing. All right, so the keyword is entertainment, 1210WPHT.com. We'll get to Dawn's Big Three coming up, but more of Fani.
So we just have some clips of her testimony yesterday. She got up on the stand in the 3 o'clock hour and decided that she was going to burn that whole place down if she wanted to. I'm going to start here with cut 7. She gets angry here when asked about reimbursing special prosecutors in cash. This has been a big debate that we've had here this morning about how a person who makes $150,000 has tons of cash just to making it rain to anybody she wants to, her booze or her what's the male equivalent of a gumata? Dawn, do you know what the
Cabana Boy?
Yeah, I guess so. Cut 7 here, Phil. Go.
Direct deposit, I assume?
Yes, Fulton County and the state of Georgia both pay me direct deposits.
Okay. So the cash that you would pay him, you wouldn't get it out of the bank?
I have money in my house.
You have money in your house. So it was just money that was there.
When you meet my father, he's going to tell you as a woman, you should always have, which I don't have, so let's don't tell him that. You should have at least 6 months in cash at your house at all times.
Really?
Now, I don't know why this old black man feels like that, but he does.
Let me ask you a question, Dawn.
Dawn, did your father advise you to have 6 months of cash at home?
No, but my mom always said every woman needs her cash cookie jar. So that is kind of a old school thing that most women I know do have a cash stash.
Yeah.
Not that I'm saying either way, whether I do or not, in case
Uh-huh.
my husband looks back at this.
Where do you keep it? Like a little compartment that you have?
She can't say. She'd have
Can't
to kill
say.
you.
Yeah. Can't say. But so that's okay to have a little cash stash, but
Yeah,
sounds
25,
like
$30. Yeah, I
she-
got you.
Oh no, not that small, but what?
$25, $30.
Hey, when I have $25 in cash, I mean, keep in mind, I'm a guy who hasn't had cash in 20 years. Yeah, I was like, my wife's like, you're lucky you got a debit card.
Yeah, trust me, your wife has a cash stash.
It's unbelievable.
You don't know that she does.
No, I've seen
She's
it.
got it.
Yeah, it's always in the purse. Like, hey, can you grab me my contacts? And I go in the purse, and I'm like, oh, where did this come from?
Didn't she have multiple houses too? She makes $150,000.
Yeah.
She has multiple houses. She has 6 months worth of cash in her.
Yeah.
What
All right,
is happening
So
here?
let's ask the question that I think most men are probably wondering.
What?
How long until we find out that Fani Willis has an OnlyFans account? Has to be, right?
Well, I think we just proved it with that Dwayne Wade clip.
Dwayne Wade.
All right, let's finish cut 7 here, Phil.
When we were growing up, my daddy had 3 safes in the house. So my father's bought me a lockbox, and I always keep cash in the house. Now, I don't do it to the degree that my father would do it, so he would probably be ashamed with me, but I always have cash at the house. That has been, I don't know, all my life. If you're a woman and you go on a date with a man, you better have $200 in your pocket. So if that man acts up, you can go where you want to go. So I keep cash in my house, and I don't keep cash as good in my purse like I used to. I don't go on many dates, but when you go on a date, you should have cash in your pocket.
She seems to go on a
So
lot
my
of dates.
question was, where did that cash originally come from? If it didn't come out of the bank?
Cash is fungible. I've had cash for years in my house. So for me to tell you the source of when it comes from, when you go to Publix and you buy something, you get $50, you throw it in there. It's been my whole life. When I took out a large amount of money on my first campaign, I kept some of the cash of that. Like, to tell you I just have cash in my house, I don't have as much today as I would normally have, but I'm building back up now. You just put money in. It's a very good practice. I would advise it to all women.
So you can't identify when you came into this cash or where the cash came from?
I didn't say I couldn't identify it. No, nobody gives me anything. I am sure that the source of the money is always the work, sweat, and tears of me. What you asked me for is, when did the money go in there? What I am trying to tell you is, so I got divorced in 2005 from my husband. No, it's important. You said, where did the money come from? And I need to tell you where the money came from. And so for many, many years, I have kept money in my house. That money in my worst days has probably only been $500 or $1,000. At my best days, I probably had $15,000 in my house at cash. At all times, there's going to be cash in my house or wherever I'm laying my head.
The money that you paid Mr. Wade, the cash, in October of 2022, you do not know where that money came from?
I do know where it came from. It came from my sweat and tears.
You know which job it came from? Did it come from Fulton County or did it come from a private job?
It came from, what are you talking about? So it could have come from a private job because before I was DA, I was in private practice. So I earned money during that time period that's probably in there.
You don't know
could have, what do you mean I don't know where it came from? I
understand the situation. We can move on.
Okay, thanks.
Getting her hot and bothered. She'll get edgier as you will see here. But here's the thing, you know, on her worst day, she had $500 to $1,000, up to $15,000. So she was a private practice attorney before becoming the elected district attorney. I love the sweat and the tears. See, this is where the gamesmanship is coming into play here. Like sweat and tears. Do they not have air conditioning in the DA's office?
But she works it. And by the way, the judge, who I think is 34, 35 years old, worked under her at one point.
Oh.
So he's a Republican nominee by the governor there in Georgia, but he worked under her because they know each other. You can tell.
Oh, of course.
And he gives her a lot of leeway.
Well, DAs and judges, I mean, they share an office floor together for the most part. I mean, judges have their chambers and stuff like that, but yeah.
Road Warrior on YouTube or on Twitter says that John Floyd, Fonnie's father, is supposed to testify today. He also says that he is a devoted radical that lived with terrorist Angela Davis of the FBI's most wanted list.
Oh boy.
The plot thickens, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, Fanny's a character here.
Yeah.
She is, but she helped herself, as you stated earlier this morning. She definitely she's such a strong personality. She resonated with a lot of people.
Yep.
It all matters in the court of public opinion.
Yep.
So I think the case gets thrown out, but I think she salvaged her law degree.
You think the case gets thrown out?
Yeah.
Oh, so no, I totally disagree. I think she gets removed from this case. She does not get disbarred. She does not get criminally charged, and the case continues.
I go the other way. I think that she remains on the case, and the case goes forward. So the three of us we should bet.
Yeah, we were all on different wavelengths here, which is great for radio.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, so let's can we document all this?
Sure.
Can we jot this down on paper or whatever? So it's again, and as I posted the poll question on Twitter, not should she be disqualified, but will she?
Yes, what we think will happen, not what we want to happen.
Yeah, I think she will be disqualified.
You were going to say something, Dawn.
I think she will be. I think that she will be taken off this case.
Yeah.
And so will Nathan Wade. The problem then becomes, and I believe it's spoliation here, or chain of evidence, or whatever you want to call it. I simply think that they have spoiled the bed, if you will, like the Johnny Depp case. Right?
Yeah.
I think they have spoiled the bed.
It's contaminated.
And so they got to get that stank out of there. The case has to, maybe they don't drop the case, but it has to start all over again, which means that they don't get to do this case because of the courts and the whole shebang. November is going to come upon us quickly. I don't think they get this done before the November election.
She also says that the cash that she gave to Special Prosecutor Wade was never that serious. I don't know what that means, but I'm going with cut 8 here. Phil, go.
Same with Aruba. You don't know where that cash came from either, right?
Ma'am, you are mischaracterizing my testimony greatly. I'm not going to allow you to mischaracterize my testimony. I know that I keep money in my house. The amounts of money I gave Mr. Wade, it was never that serious. I don't think I've ever handed him more than $2,500 in a reimbursement. So we're not talking about $20,000 in cash. I don't have $20,000 in cash right now. The most I ever gave him, I know I gave him $2,500 when we went to Belize, because we went to one
My God, they're
hotel.
Belize,
and then we went to
Aruba?
the second hotel.
I should have finished
That
law school.
$2,500 I actually gave him
How
while
am
we
I
were
doing?
still in Belize. I know that the Aruba trip, the one that you described with his mom, I think I gave him about $2,000 for that trip, for like total.
His mom went to Aruba with you?
The Aruba trip. So I consider that to be one trip. So we got off of a cruise ship and then we went to Aruba, which is why I cannot remember is that the time that we had to stay in Miami to wait for the flight for Aruba.
Wow, these guys, they're just traveling everywhere.
So I consider that one trip. That we didn't like come back to Atlanta and
She's
leave.
giving
We
money
went-
to his mama.
We flew down
Yep.
to Miami. We got on a cruise ship. We spent a couple of days with his mama. We came back to Miami. When we came back to Miami, either that day or the next day, we flew to Aruba. We spent a few days in Aruba and we came back. That was really one trip. Even though we went two places, it was one trip.
So I think if I were to take over as the programmer of the Travel Channel, I would, once she's no longer practicing law, I think we should launch a new show on the Travel Channel called Flying with Fonnie. She's a notable world traveler. Belize, Aruba, this vacation, this destination, this resort island. My God. For somebody, and see, I know you guys are saying that she comes off to the court of the public opinion well here. I think the more she rambles about these trips, the more contaminated her credibility looks. Because we're talking about, and all of this was done with Mr. Nathan Wade, who she is paying $650,000 of taxpayer money to come on board as the special prosecutor to get Donald. I mean, what are they talking about? You know they're probably talking about this stuff when they're together at a cabin or on a cruise or on vacation trips, right? I mean, again, you can only do so much, Grey Goosing and, stuff.
Stuff.
Yeah.
Moving on to cut 10. No, this is cut 9 here, Phil. Fonnie Willis says that she's not aware that Fulton County requires disclosing relationships with someone you're doing business with. So she doesn't know the law.
Well, back in
That's what she
2020, didn't she say that there would be no colleagues?
Very good point, Nick.
Playing
yeah.
romper room.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cut 9, Phil. Go.
Did you tell anyone at Fulton County Board of County Commissioners about your relationship with Mr. Wade?
No.
Did you disclose your relationship to anybody at Fulton County?
No, I don't think so.
And as the chief law enforcement officer of Fulton County, I assume that you're familiar with the county code and ordinances?
I've said we're not going to cover that in this hearing, Ms. Merchant.
I'm sorry, Judge?
We said we weren't going to cover the county regulations.
Okay, and I won't. Let me ask you this then. So are you aware that you're required to disclose any relationship with someone that you contract with in Fulton County?
Prior ruling that you made this morning.
Would this be different because it's a potential for impeachment?
Yes.
What did you ask me?
Ms. Merchant, if you could re-ask the question.
Okay. Are you aware that Fulton County requires you to disclose any relationship with someone that you're doing business with?
I'm not aware, and I know often that things are confused with state constitutional officers in county, but I'm not aware.
Okay. So it's not your. So it's your understanding that you don't have a duty to disclose the relationship.
She's answered that question. Let's keep going.
I love it. She's getting checkmated and owned right there. There's no doubt about it. And when you sit there and say that nobody in Fulton County knew, that's a lie as well, because her former colleague at the DA's office in Fulton County and college friend who we played for you in the Big Take says, no, this relationship, not only did I know about it, not only were, because she was a county employee as well, not only were employees aware of it, oh, by the way, it didn't start in 2022. It started 3 years earlier in 2019. She's toast. She's done. It's over.
Freaky Fanny.
Freaky Fanny.
Freaky Fanny Friday, baby.
Cut 10 here, Phil. More of Trump's lawyer questioning Fonnie Willis, where she's, please don't yell at me. Cut 10, Phil, go.
Who in the prosecution team, prior to, I guess, the motion being filed by Defendant Roman, who in the prosecution team knew of your personal relationship, and now I'm talking romantic with Mr. Wade?
So, sir, I am extremely private.
All I ask
No, no,
is
no.
who knew. It's not. If the answer is no one knew, that's fine.
No.
I ask you who knew.
Let me just tell you
Answer it
this.
and then explain, Ms. Willis.
I am very private. When I supervised Mr. Body and Mr. McAfee, they didn't know who I was dating, but I can assure you I was dating somebody. So that I kept something private, that's my private life, is not any mystery to anyone. It's like a woman doesn't have the right to keep her private life private.
A woman.
And I'm speaking on this because there have been all these intimations.
You still haven't answered the question, Ms. Willis.
I'm sorry, what was the question, then, Your Honor?
Is there anyone else who knew about it? And then you can explain.
I don't know. I don't think so. I certainly didn't go out telling my business to the world.
Okay, so, the best of your recollection, you didn't inform anyone on the prosecution team that the individual that you had chosen to lead the prosecution team had a personal relationship with you.
So
Is that correct?
That's inaccurate. Your question is inaccurate.
What?
Because you stated that the person I chose, we had a personal relationship. So we had a friendship. We have all these distinguishing factors. Remember, when I chose him in November of 21, first of all, let's get this straight. Mr. Wade was not actually my first choice. That's no insult to him.
Your Honor,
No, it is you because of the way you phrased the question. You said, when I chose him, I didn't inform people of a personal relationship.
He wasn't even that good.
Personal as romantic. It is an inaccurate way to state the question.
Wow.
And I will certainly restate it so it is very accurate.
Okay, and please do not yell at me.
Uh-oh.
Oh, here we go.
There you go.
Here we go. Victimhood. Here we go.
Wow.
So Mr. Wade's not good at what? What was she insinuating there?
I don't know.
As a special prosecutor or a cabin booker?
Yep.
Sounds like she chewed him up and spit him out.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be dating again anytime soon, will they?
One more, and then I know we have to break. Fonnie Willis claims that she's not on trial no matter how hard you try to put me on trial. Cut 11, Phil, go.
Your office objected to us getting Delta records for flights that you may have taken with Mr. Wade.
And, well, no, look. I object to you getting records. You've been intrusive into people's personal lives. You're confused. You think I'm on trial. These people are on trial for trying to steal an election in 2020. I'm not on trial, no matter how hard you try to put me on trial.
There you go.
You might be disbarred. You might be disqualified, though. You might not technically be on trial, but your legal career, or at least this case, could be in peril as far as your involvement in it.
Yep.
In the future, moving forward.
It would be such irony, guys, if she had all of this, she went through this whole thing, brought these RICO charges, and then a man and her relationship got her disbarred and removed from the case. You can't make this stuff up.
I book cabins all the time.
You literally can't.
Oh man.
It's like a movie. It's like a bad movie.
There's going to be a Netflix series on this one, and there should be. All right, that'll do it for, we'll call that the Fanny section of the cut sheet this morning. 855-839-1210.
Big Fanny.
Yeah, big old Fanny, no doubt about it. As you saw earlier in that Marvin Gaye, Let's Get It On reclip.
Yeah, gotta wear some
remix.
Spanx with that dress. Come on.
Come on.
Yeah.
One more time. Can we play it one more time?
Yeah, you want to do it one more time?
Before
Go for
break.
it. Hey, this will actually
Before
give
break.
this. I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna need Blue Chew after watching this.
yeah. This is actually a good
Yeah.
lead into your Blue Chew spot. Let's do cut 15 here, guys. Go.
Did you go to a cabin with Miss Willis ever?
Ever?
Ever.
I've been really trying to hold back and feeling for so long.
I love the Photoshop photos in it too.
No. No.
All right, man. If Fanny has cooled you off, I know how to give you that little boost that you're probably just lost in the last 30 seconds. It's Blue Chew. That's correct. Blue Chew tablets, a performance enhancement for the bedroom or the cabin, actually, that'll have you knocking it out of the park. Maybe you'll be able to scoop up a district attorney sometime in your life as you move forward. And Blue Chews, they have licensed medical professionals that are going to work with you to find the right ingredient and the right strength for your prescription. And if swallowing pills is not for you, no problem. Their tablets are chewable. And how about this special offer for my listeners? Try Blue Chew for free. All you have to do is go to BlueChew.com, enter the promo code 1210, and pay the $5 shipping fee. And boom, it is yours. Discreet delivery, no in-person conversations, and that special someone, that special prosecutor, will thank you for bringing back your prime. BlueChew.com, promo code 1210, made in the USA. So good, even Fonnie will love you.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-403-5569 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-403-5569. That's 800-403-5569. What do you have to lose? Call 800-403-5569. Again, 800-403-5569.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee, if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Purchase a 2023 courtesy Volvo S60 from Cherry Hill Volvo for less than $29,000. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo this month to purchase the sensational S60 courtesy Volvo for less than $29,000. This is an offer you don't want to miss. During January, we are offering financing for 3.99% on all new SUVs in stock. That's an interest rate of 3.99% up to 72 months. At Cherry Hill Volvo, we must make room for all the construction trucks.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Celebrate American Heart Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. For over 38 years, Rescue brand omega-3s have been providing people with the essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, and support healthy cholesterol levels. That's why it's the best time to dive into Rescue's February special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products, their premium omega-3 fish oil supplements, are buy one, get one free exclusively for American Heart Month. Just use the listener code OMEGA50 when placing your order. Call today at 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code OMEGA50 online when you visit res-q.com. Don't forget the code OMEGA50 when you buy one bottle of a Rescue Omega-3 to receive a second bottle free. Again, use the code OMEGA50. Fortify your heart with the Rescue Omega-3.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9.
Pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, or back that won't go away? Check out QC Kinetics. No surgery, drugs, or downtime. QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000.
Pluto TV won't cost you a thing because everything is free. Just download the app, which, by the way, is free. Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
Hey, Warminster, we know your favorite station is WPHT.
Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Down in London town to go. With the record selection and the mirror's reflection, I'm a dancing with myself. When there's no one else inside, I think the crowd ain't lonely night.
Kayal Company, 9:01, fourth and final hour, underway on a Friday. God help us all. This is going to be wild. Buckle up, folks. Morning Mystery Movie Clip at 9:20. Dawn's Big Three in about 15 minutes. Also, what's on the cut sheet part due? Who on Twitter today? What's on tap for the Dawn Show today in music history? All still on tap. Also, two interesting stories we have to get to. One with Karine Jean-Pierre. And also, the New York Times is flipping out because now all of a sudden, sports media has a lot of conservatives that are voicing their opinions, and they're wondering, where do Democrats go to talk sports? This is actually a really interesting story that we'll talk about coming up in a couple of minutes. But let me get Bob in here, who's been waiting patiently. Bob in Huntington Valley's got some thoughts on Fani Willis. Bob, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm fine. Listen, I just wanted to say, for two high-priced lawyers, these guys were the worst lawyers or defendants that I'd ever see. I would, if they had lawyers there, they would be cringeworthy on the way these guys answered questions. I always was taught that you just keep your answers as short, as sweet as possible. And when Wade talked about, he puts with pride that he puts everything on his business credit card. He puts the trips on there, his daughter's tuition payments, all the dinners. And I'm a small business person. If I were to put anything other than business expenses on my business card, I would be audited, but I'm a Republican. So I just looked at him like, are you some kind of idiot to say you put your tuition payments or your cruise payments and your personal life on the business credit card? I have two credit cards, a personal credit card and a business credit card, and I don't mix the payments between them or the things. That's anybody that's in a business does that.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, if you'll say you own a pizza shop. Yeah, you put your supplies on your American Express business card. You don't put that on your Citizens Bank Visa card. That's your personal bank account card. I totally got you there. And there was just so many moments yesterday where I watched that unfold, and I'm thinking, she's getting argumentative. You could see that she was very temperamental. She did not come off as a cool customer, right? I think if you feel like you've done nothing wrong and you feel like they're trying to flip this around you and put you on trial, the way you are portrayed on the stand, I think goes a long way, not only to what a jury, a judge, a defense attorney, a prosecutor thinks, not, the people that are just, remember, that's a public venue. You can go in and watch that, court proceeding, space permitted, whoever's allowed in there based on how many seats they can fill up. And then we're seeing clips live on social media. We're watching it live on television. I think that came off very poorly because and I think it came off poorly in two regards. Fani was emotional and Wade was just, we saw it. He was just staring. Let me think about this for a minute. Like, you have to have your answers rehearsed. You need to know what the line of questioning that is going to be coming your way. And these are attorneys. This isn't, Nick Kayal and Dawn Stensland getting on the stand and melting under the lights of the court in the adversarial process. These are people that do this for a living, although you saw when you're on the other side of the table, so to speak, boy, all of a sudden the pressure starts to mount on you. And you could tell that Fani Willis clearly lacks a professionalism to do what she did, to use the money that she did, to have the relationship with who she had with. Think about this. You're Fani Willis. You're the district attorney of Fulton County. I'm not going to sit here and say that Fani's a runway model or a swimsuit model for Sports Illustrated, but Fani Willis could have been with any man on the planet pretty much, right? She chose to be with the guy that she selected to be the special prosecutor for Donald Trump. That's got to be She talks about her father. Well, my dad's going to be really mad at me. I don't have 15 grand in the house like he told me to. If I were her father, I'd be like, are you the dumbest person on the planet? You're having a sexual relationship with a guy that is prosecuting the former president. And didn't you 4 years ago campaign on the fact that when I get in office, there's going to be no romper room with employees. Men, you stay away from women. Women, you stay away from men. And what does she do? She has a relationship with Nathan Dwayne Wade. It's not really Dwayne Wade. I just like the name. All right. So if you want to jump in, 855-839-1210. From one egregious act to another. April Ryan. Does the name ring a bell? April Ryan. And raise your hand.
Of course, yeah.
So longtime White House correspondent April Ryan has had enough of the Karine Jean-Pierre bashing. She is now calling out criticism. And we talked about this story earlier this week, right? With Karine Jean-Pierre and John Kirby, these escalating tensions between the two speakers. So she has called out the criticism of White House Press Secretary KJP as racialized foolishness from a, quote, white male-dominated space that is the press briefing room. Writing for the New York Times, Michael Grinbaum reported on the current and unique arrangement of press secretaries in the Biden administration, given Admiral John Kirby's recent promotion and increased presence during the situations where they get out in front of the assembled media and talk on behalf of President Joe Biden. As the first black and openly gay press secretary, Jean-Pierre cuts a historical figure in the briefing room, filling the rather big shoes of the well-received Jen Psaki. And they go on and on and on. And April Ryan is basically saying that the criticism at KJP is racialized, it's ridiculous, it's silly, it's foolish, because she works in a, quote, white male-dominated space. So what I did was, when I saw this story, I went online. There's this thing they call the internet, and they have these things called search engines. And you can look up the recent history of White House press secretaries. And for the sake of time constraints of the program, I'm only going to do the last quarter century, okay? So
That's nice of you.
The last 24 years.
I appreciate that.
This has been anything but a white male-dominated space.
Uh-oh.
Under George W. Bush, your press secretaries, to my knowledge, were Ari Fleischer and Dana Perino. Dana Perino's a female. Under Barack Obama, there was two dudes, to my knowledge. Under Donald Trump, there was two females, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Kayleigh McEnany. And under Joe Biden, we've had Jen Psaki and Karine Jean-Pierre. Fleischer, Perino, I did not write down the names of the guys for Obama, but it was two dudes. Sanders, McEnany, Psaki, and Jean-Pierre.
Wait, you forgot the mooch. Scaramouche.
The mooch.
And the other one that was on Dancing with the Whatevers. Spicy.
And Spicer was with Bush, right?
Trump.
No, Spicer.
Or with Trump, I'm sorry.
Spicer was Trump's first press secretary. He lasted...
So five out of 9. I had 5 out of 8 written down here. I forgot about Spicer. So in the last 25 years, by my math, I don't know what the math is on 9, but 5 out of 8 is 62.5%. So 37.5% are white males. Almost 2/3 of the last 8-9 press secretaries.
Nick, you're bringing logic to this.
Have been females.
No, you're bringing logic to this.
I'm just so tired of the... Oh, my God, the boogeyman is a white, straight, cis man. Like, can we stop with it? If it took me 8 minutes to look that up, jot it down, and write it on my legal pad. And these people make these comments, then it gets publicized, and then all these people, oh, see, I told you, it's racist, it's sexist. I mean, my God, the last four have been female. To be honest, as a male, I don't think I would even enjoy that role. I mean, I can get up there and spin something for sure, but I don't want to get up there and like, honestly, and sometimes, and I'll be fair and honest about this. Karine Jean-Pierre has bad facts to work with. You can only spin so much with this administration. It's a tough job. Psaki did it better, exponentially better, but she gets up there and, she's unprepared. She looks at the binder, although I don't really know what's actually in the binder. Maybe it's directions to her office or where she parks and, her email login, because there's never really an answer that comes out of it when she flips to it. And then she deflects and refers you to things like the Hatch Act, and I'll refer you to the White House Counsel. I'm not going to get into that. Psaki was very, very good. Say what you want about Jen Psaki. That's why she has a show on MSNBC. But the other thing that's also kind of alarming about how bad KJP is, and I legitimately didn't realize this until about halfway through her tenure, I didn't know she came from TV. She was a panelist and a guest contributor on MSNBC.
With her girlfriend, now wife.
Okay. So she comes from an industry.
Wait. Who?
Wait.
KJP's wife.
KJP you're talking about, right?
Oh.
Not Jen Psaki.
Yeah. No, Psaki's straight. Yeah. Karine Jean-Pierre's gay.
Yeah.
So she comes from MSNBC TV, where you would think to be on television, you got to be a pretty good speaker, right? And she's the worst public speaker I've ever seen in the history of this position, to my knowledge. I mean, if I'm forgetting somebody that was worse than her, somebody please let me know on social media. So I just thought it was ridiculous that April Ryan's going to come out and say that this is some white male-dominated space where since the turn of the century, there's been more females than males in this position.
Yeah. But again, Nick, you're bringing facts and logic to things. You can't. We need to bring emotion.
You're right.
And we have to call out racism, sexism everywhere we can.
I agree. Shame on me. All right, 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. We've got our morning mystery movie clip coming up in about 7 or 8 minutes. What are you giggling about?
Wendy brings up a good point about you have to speak. You have to be able to speak well to be on TV.
Yeah.
She brings up that Al Sharpton has a show on MSNBC.
Oh.
He can't speak very well.
That's true.
That's actually a really good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is pretty atrocious.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to Dawn Stenzelin's Big 3 at 9:13.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Big 3 at 9, sponsored by Turn 7 Liquidation. Sunny, 42, breezy, with up to 4 inches of snow heading our way. I want to take you back. This is an important Kayal and Company News Live update for you as well, because we talked a lot about the carjackings that have been going on. Nick did a lot of big takes from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. at night. We were saying to ourselves in Philadelphia, what is going on with some of the most violent carjackings, just raining terror in our streets and across the region and into the suburbs? And I'll just take you to the case of 60-year-old George Brashella, grandfather and wonderful husband and son, who was visiting his mother in the Northeast in the Ronhurst section of Philadelphia. You remember this? And he was gunned down, shot in the stomach, left to die. A brutal murder as these carjackers took off with his Toyota RAV4 that was parked in the driveway. Again, visiting his own mom there. And we wondered what's going on here with this grandfather, military veteran, celebrated man. Why? And everybody in the community said they didn't have to kill him. It was just so violent and mean. What's going on here? We now have the answer, and this is a story that is not making a ton of headlines yet, and I hope it does. We now learn that this was a very violent crime ring where in which these individuals, and I'm not seeing if they're illegal individuals, okay? But we know that this was in federal court, that this is a newly unveiled, newly released court transcript, and this is coming out new right now as we're learning more about this crime ring. They were selling these vehicles, these carjacked vehicles, they were going overseas to Africa.
Wow.
Yes. And so what's going on here? Ultimately, a lot of these stolen vehicles were being shipped to Niger. So this is a major federal investigation in which at least 3 of these 6 men accused in this could be eligible, and this would be rare, but it's a rare federal death sentence case that I don't know that the prosecutors are going to go to this because it would be under Biden's DOJ. This is a huge case of a carjacking ring that rained death and terror upon Philadelphia. And now we have this newly unsealed 60-count federal indictment right here in Philadelphia. 3 of the guys, Mikhail McCracken, who's 22, Amin Muzay, who's 22, as well as 21-year-old Alim Abdul Hakim. These are 3 of the individuals accused of very violent carjackings, firearms offenses, murder. The list goes on and on. Those are the top 3 guys. And then Dean Fosque, who's 26, Jonathan Akubu, who's 29. We don't know who these guys are. Another one, a 6-man named Enimanje Lee. These are the 6 named in this these huge federal filing, just unsealed.
Wow.
From a federal court.
I wonder if they carry more cash on them than Fannie Willis does.
So I just want to point this to your attention because, and they're even saying some of these murders that they committed were execution-style killings. These are dire allegations against these, laid out by federal authorities, and we're just getting a glimpse of this. It was officially filed yesterday afternoon in court. So pointing this to your attention, but they allegedly rained terror and death on Philadelphia with a ton of violence, carjackings, theft, etc., for a number of summers. And remember, last summer, our deadliest summer in Philadelphia.
All right, so rescind Thanksgiving dinner invite to these guys. Got it.
So let's move to, we got a lot of Kansas City news because the latest is these juvenile suspects of the Kansas City Super Bowl parade shooting. They are going to be charged as adults. That's the latest from the Jackson County Prosecutor's Office. No charges filed yet, but we expect that. We're learning more about this case. Nobody's saying it's gang related. That's one of the big questions. But in the midst of all of that, we have Taylor Swift Swifties, a lot of news about Taylor Swift, because now they're predicting that as the Swifties saw Travis Kelce, the lesser Kelce brother, bumping into Andy Reid, they don't like that. They're predicting a breakup.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
What follows the breakup? The breakup song. It'll be on the new album.
Yes,
hey, by
sir.
the way, kudos to Taylor Swift. She donated $100,000 to the radio DJ that lost their life.
Yeah.
So that's a nice work out of her.
Yeah, there was a lot of controversy yesterday or the day before because Travis Kelce was out partying while all that tragedy was happening at the parade. So he's being called out because he was out drinking or something.
Yeah, went out boozing that night.
Yeah.
He was reportedly whisked away in an unmarked police car and then went over and allegedly partied.
Okay.
So the Swifties are not happy with any of this. They're not having it.
Not that I'm defending Travis Kelce because I'm not. But what was he supposed to do? Was he supposed
what's
to just
the
go?
issue? He can't go out and have drinks as an adult the night hours after a shooting.
Well,
should he stay home and
because he was there, I guess, and it looked heartless of him to be out boozing while people were dying and people being shot.
Do we know where the actual bus was with the players and the wives when the shooting occurred? Were they long gone past that street?
No.
Okay.
They weren't. So they had to take cover. But, I mean, they weren't right there.
Okay.
But they were on the
I was
premise.
curious to where their vicinity was to the actual melee that ensued.
Now, many of them were still there. And so it was terrifying, I will say.
I'm gonna give Travis a pass.
Yeah.
Go booze, brother.
I think I am too.
Yeah.
By the way, the parody, the Marvin Gaye, Fonnie Willis, Nathan Wade parody is up on Twitter at 1210WPHT on Twitter, at 1210WPHT on Twitter if you want to see it. Share it, retweet it, whatever, but it's up there now if you want to re-see it.
Yes.
And, the other day, Tony Bruno was holding up his pussycat.
We don't care about the climate.
Yeah.
And then got the cat hair, and he was choking a little bit on the cat hair. And so I saw this story about a cat, and I just want to say that they're giving out a warning that for the first time that we know of in our American history, a cat owner has caught a rare case of bubonic plague from their cat.
Their cat gave them the bubonic plague?
What they're saying.
Boy, it is an election year, folks. My God.
Blame the cat.
Yeah, always the cat's fault.
So it's bad enough, weeks ago you were reporting about all these measles cases, or was it the mumps, or whatever it was in Philadelphia?
Measles.
Now we got the bubonic plague.
Measles.
Cool.
Bubonic plague. We haven't seen the bubonic plague in a long, long time in this country. Somehow, I don't know how, but the cat apparently was carrying it. The cat was the carrier.
Yeah.
And this is an Oregon case, but fortunately the doctors did a great job. They identified it and they were able to, treat the individual, but just a horrible thought.
How did the cat identify, though? Did the cat have pronouns?
Actually, during President Trump, a.k.a. Sean Farash's segment yesterday, his cat, his vice president or running mate, jumped up in the shot, too.
His cat was all over him like Fanny was on Nate.
These cats, man.
I saw. Speaking of animals and giving diseases, did you see this story? It was in the New York Post a couple of days ago. Some guy took his dog to a dog park, and the guy was playing with his dog and other dogs and was just being friendly to the other dogs, and the other dogs were giving him kisses, licking his face.
Uh-oh.
He ended up going home.
Oh, no.
And in the days that followed, he acquired some very serious bacterial infection.
Yuck.
From the saliva of the dog's tongue.
Oof.
And it led to him, honest to God, he had to have both legs amputated and both arms amputated from the elbow down.
Cool. That'll teach him to take licks from dogs.
I will tell you that's very unusual because
very rare.
Your dog's mouth is actually much cleaner. I wonder who else was licking him.
Oh, boy.
Because a dog's mouth is, look it up, much cleaner than any human mouth.
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
So your dog's mouth is cleaner than like Fanny's mouth.
Come on. We don't know that, allegedly. Come on.
No, in general, seriously.
She could use scope 3 times a day.
You mean humans'
a
mouth?
Human's mouth.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Because dogs, think about it, they have to lick everything, so they were made to have their saliva is like super
It's probably
clean.
you're probably right. It's just dogs put anything they want in their mouth and they lick their butt.
Right,
How
but
can
their
that be so
saliva
clean?
has germ killers in there. We don't.
Really?
As
What do they got,
humans.
like Lysol in their spit?
Yeah, look it up.
So what I learned today on the Kayal and Company program is that if you want to be safe and clean, make out with the dog and not a human. There you go.
Because it's your dog.
Because it's your dog.
Yeah.
So to be clear about the cat with bubonic plague, what happened was that the cat, I guess, didn't get sick, but may have eaten a dead rodent or something, and then the fleas from the dead rodent transferred from the cat to the cat owner, didn't maybe bite the cat or affect the cat. The cat had a better immune system.
Yeah.
You see?
Was the cat vaxxed?
The cat was probably fully vaxxed, seriously.
That's the real question.
Yeah.
All right, I got to get to Turn 7 liquidations really quick here because it's over. Turn 7 lost their lease and Morristown must liquidate and vacate now. Everything to the bare walls is being sacrificed. Turn 7, Philadelphia Mills closing forever. Morristown, Turn 7 liquidations, big 3.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 9:22 Friday morning. Let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You are 31 hours from your destination.
What's that?
Roadmate 700. I call her Lola.
Make a right in 100 feet.
Thank you, Lola. She's accurate to within 10 feet.
Go straight.
No, Lola says take a right.
Well, you'll hit mall traffic. Just go straight.
50 feet.
Yeah, but she said take a right.
Well, I'm telling you to go straight.
20 feet.
Choose.
Take it, please.
Turn right.
Choose. Dad!
Turn right.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
One last digital movie download for Air Force One Down. No, that does not star Joe Biden falling down the steps. On her first assignment aboard Air Force One, a rookie Secret Service agent faces the ultimate test when terrorists hijack the plane and they target the president, leading her into a relentless battle that could change the course of history. Buy it now on Vudu. Rated R from Republic Pictures.
By the way, such a underrated Robin Williams movie. I love that movie.
I don't think I've seen that.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a great movie.
I'll have to check it out.
Yeah.
I love Robin.
Yeah.
Too bad he's gone. All right, 855-839-1210. Caller number 12. 855-839-1210. Back after this with our winner and the cut sheet part due on a Friday morning. Stay right there.
You know, my kitchen is the heart of my home, really the centerpiece. If your kitchen or maybe one of your bathrooms is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. They're local, family-owned and operated since 1979 right here in Pennsylvania. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today and bring your new kitchen or bath back to life. Kitchen Magic is the full-service remodeler I trust to quickly, beautifully, and affordably transform your kitchen or one of your bathrooms. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. That's right. 12 months, no payments, no interest financing. That's pretty amazing. And then 10% off. Just visit them at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Bring the magic back to your kitchen. Tell them Dawn sent you.
A message from McCausland Lock Service. Stop what you're doing right now and look at your car key. Does it look like it's been chewed on by a small woodland creature, used for batting practice by an entire baseball team, or left in the middle of 95? Oh, and let me guess, it's the only one you have? Head to McCausland Lock Service. Get a brand new key fob for up to half the price a dealer would charge. Call today. Most cars don't even require an appointment, and you'll be out the door in under 30 minutes. McCausland Lock Service, 610-430-1500.
Deanna got some really bad news from the IRS.
They said you owe quite a bit of money. They told me the possibilities of garnishing my wages, taking my house, taking my car.
Deanna found out about Optima Tax Relief. They've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax saved my life.
Call Optima now for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Mike, I'm excited. The Eagles' home opener is in Brazil.
Jalen Hurts can't read defenses in English. How the heck's he going to read them in Portuguese?
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Church of the Incarnation on Main Street in Mantua Township. Saturday, April 20th at St. Luke's Church on Easton Road in Glenside on Saturday, April 27th. And Conklin's Comedy Night every other Thursday at Parks Casino. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-210-1005. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults.
Nothing is everything.
Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Don't let them silence you. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
I'm so happy, 'cause today found my friends are in my head. I'm so ugly, that's okay, 'cause so are you.
It's Kayal and Company, 9:31. This segment brought to you by COSA. If you have questions about aging, the Delaware County Office of Services for the Aging, or COSA, can point you in the right direction. To see how COSA can help you or a loved one, visit delcosa.org. COSA is supported by Delaware County Council. Day number 2, Fannie Willis in court today. According to Fox News, she is not expected to take the stand today. Marjorie Taylor Greene's not happy about it.
Commission of indictable crimes and the abuse of power.
So it's not indictable for Fannie.
Not indictable.
As we stay in the state of Georgia, home of both Fannie Willis and Marjorie Taylor Greene. All right, let's get our movie winner in here. We have John in Doylestown. John, good morning. What movie clip did we just play for you?
That would be RV.
Yeah,
That
buddy.
is correct. Robin Williams, you are the winner, John, as you got the final digital download, Air Force One Down. Congratulations, John, and thank you for listening and playing.
John.
Thank you.
There he is, Johnny in Doylestown.
By the way, Anthony Lorenzo reminded me that Mrs. RFK Jr. was also in that movie.
Was she?
Cheryl
really?
Hines.
Cheryl Hines, yeah.
Wow.
Guys, we have a tour happening.
Oh, here we go.
Right behind us.
Here they go.
If you're watching on YouTube, you can see the people right behind Dawn.
Look at all that.
Yeah.
We need to put blinds. Can we get some blinds for all the doors and windows?
Guys,
I am not an exhibit at the zoo.
Honest to God, I asked for some, and they said, no, half the fun is giving tours is for people to see you guys in action.
Oh.
Like, do they really want to see us?
I guess
Well,
so.
I think so. If the YouTube channel's any indication, then yes.
Yeah.
People love
That's
watching people. It's weird. People love watching people do radio.
Yep.
It's true.
Mm-hmm.
I'm one of them, too. I mean, prior to this reincarnation of my life, I used to watch 1 or 2 sports talk shows that were simulcasted on TV. I don't know why, because I'm probably a weird loser, but that's just me.
What else do you watch?
Well, I watch Fanny at the cabin. Speaking of, last story of the week, speaking of sports, the New York Times is losing their mind because they wrote an article called Once an Escape, How Sports Talk Embraces Politics Now. And they're talking about a handful of individuals, I guess I would fall in this category, of sports talk hosts that turned into conservative talk show hosts or free speech stations. And they're basically wondering, where can Democrats go to get sports now, which I think is a laughable concept. Because if you ever turn on ESPN, 95% of their sports talk television hosts, talking heads, radio hosts, analysts are probably mostly, especially the ones that are the journalists with the media background, are probably at a very minimum a moderate Democrat, probably liberal, if not progressive. Now, I do think there are some conservatives that work at these networks. You just don't know it because they don't voice
those opinions, specifically with politics. And even when, sports and politics collide, like with the Colin Kaepernick stuff, when you're working in sports, especially when this happened in 2016, 2017, it's you better defend Colin Kaepernick and not show your other opinion. You might as well just stay mum or say something you don't believe. What are you giggling about?
No, somebody on the YouTube chat, because of the people walking by, Craig says, we need a sign that hangs up that says, "Please do not feed the stalker."
Yes. Please do not feed the stalker.
He gets very angry.
So I thought this was an interesting story. It's in the New York Times if you want to read it. And they talk about how so many people in sports are going into politics. Now, they do point out Stephen A. Smith, who's certainly not a conservative, even though he's very good friends with Sean Hannity. But they highlight guys like Clay Travis from Outkick. They also talk about Dave Portnoy from Barstool, who they label him as a young, male-dominated, libertarian counterculture website known in some circles as Barstool Conservatism, which I thought was interesting. They also talk about Pat McAfee. Now, Pat McAfee, to my knowledge, has never publicly said where he aligns politically, but they're putting him in this group because, of course, he has Aaron Rodgers on his show, and Aaron Rodgers talks about things like the vaccine and Big Pharma, and McAfee never really gives an opinion one way politically. In fact, even in sports, he doesn't issue many opinions. He has a lot of guests that usually provide the most interesting content on his show. McAfee has said in the past, "I'm rather certain that nobody's wanting to come hang out with us to hear us talk about politics." But I want to say this: there's far more than just 3 or 4 people that have gone into conservative media, free speech, whatever you want to call it. And it's not just Dave Portnoy or Clay Travis or Pat McAfee. Dawn, I know Larry's up in New York now, but what is the station? Is he at 710? In New York?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right?
Because
Is that right?
Dawn's like, I don't even know which time slot he's on. But there's two...
He's out of my house and out of my kitchen, okay?
That's all I care about. There's 2 stations in New York that do what we do. There's 710 and then there's WABC.
Yeah.
But there's a guy in the morning on WABC named Sid Rosenberg,
Yep.
who I think we actually had on the show last fall.
We did.
When the Phillies were in the World Series.
We did a simulcast.
Yes.
Yeah.
And his partner, Bernie McGurk, sadly passed away. But Sid Rosenberg was a longtime sports guy on WFAN in New York and then in South Florida. So, I know a lot of people say, well, Clay Travis kind of created this movement. Sid Rosenberg did that 10 years before Clay Travis was doing it. And Will Cain, who we see on Fox News all the time, used to be on ESPN with Stephen A. Smith. So there's more of us out there than you think. And it's not just those 3. And the guy that gets credit for all this, he was like 5th in line to do it. I just want to say all that
but he's the most well known. That's the that's
Which
what they're
one?
saying. Clay Travis.
Clay Travis.
Yeah.
Who does now the old Rush Limbaugh show.
Yeah.
But the New York Times is like, so where do Democrats go for sports talk? I'm like, 95% of the sports talk you get is left wing. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
These are a few outliers. My goodness. So, Dawn, I think you were going to say something. I don't know about Will Cain or.
No, well, with Larry, he's on with Len Berman.
Are you sure about that? Have you confirmed?
Yeah, I know. But Len was also a legendary sports anchor.
That's right.
In New York. But Len is a Democrat.
Okay.
I believe he's not the conservative.
He was on was he with PIX Channel 11? I think was the big time back when people actually watched those things in the 90s and early 2000s. I think he was the sports anchor on WPIX, the TV station in New York. I think they used to carry I don't know if they carried the Yankees games or the Mets games, but I remember that
he was on NBC.
Okay, so
Len was on NBC.
Okay, then that's not PIX.
Larry was on Pix.
Oh, was he really?
Was at Pix for a long time.
Okay.
Pix TV, yeah.
There you go. All right, so if you want to check out that story, it's kind of
Who's
interesting.
on first?
What's on second? And what's on the cut sheet part 2?
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. What's on the cut sheet part 2 on this Friday? Sponsored by Budget Blinds. BudgetBlinds.com is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Free in-home consultation and the only no questions asked warranty in the business. Ask about their exclusive inspired collection online at budgetblinds.com. Budgetblinds.com. Yes, I'm not only reading the spots, I'm also a customer of budgetblinds.com. Check them out. They did my entire home, and they did a great job. Budgetblinds.com. Let's just do this. So Vice President Harris, Kamala, was asked about the Kansas City Chiefs parade shooting. And, of course, she brings in guns and how violent America is and this, that, and the other. This is cut. I don't even know where I am. I think this is cut 19. Phil, go.
So today was supposed to be a day of celebration for a community of people to come together and feel a sense of joy. And yet it is another day where America has experienced senseless gun violence.
Senseless gun violence.
Gun violence is the number one cause of death for the children of America. Not some form of illness or car accidents, gun violence. And the reality of it is a lot of this can be prevented if members of legislatures, including the United States Congress, just have the courage to act with reasonable gun safety laws. And I think it's incredibly important for everyone to understand it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way. And of course, Doug and I and all of us, I know our prayers are with the families who have been so horribly affected, from the community that has been so horribly affected.
Was that bad quality, or was my earbuds? I could hear her partly in my left ear, then partly in my right ear.
Yeah, I think it was just.
Yeah.
It was pulled directly off of a site. So,
okay.
But yeah, it was a little bad quality.
This is because I had trouble hearing that. Here's my biggest beef with all of this moving forward.
Yeah.
They have to stop interviewing Joe and/or Kamala in front of Air Force One. You saw it was at nighttime there outside the plane, and then you see Joe, and it's a Friday, so Joe will probably be skedaddling out of the on the lawn around 2:45 today, and somebody will be shouting questions with the chopper going in the background. Like, it is so difficult to you know what it is? It's a wasted exercise.
It
is
is
really what it is.
It really is.
My goodness, I don't even understand what was the subject of the content that they were asking her about.
About gun violence, the parade shooting, and she said it's another day with senseless violence in America. Well, why doesn't her administration do something about it then?
Well, yeah, and Joe talks about how he was able to ban assault weapons once back in the 90s. How long did that last for, by the way? Does anybody recall off the top of their head? I was too young to remember, but when he got
the assault weapon ban?
Yeah, when he got it.
So Bill Clinton enacted it in 94,
right.
And then George W. Bush let it expire in 2004, I believe.
Okay, so it was about a decade.
Yeah.
All right.
Economist Roland Fryer says that we didn't find any racial bias in police shootings. Shocking, right? Because you hear this all the time about how it is it's black children and black men that are getting shot by the police. This is an African American male, by the way, Roland Fryer. He's an economist who says that they didn't find any racial bias in this.
Okay,
got 20. Phil, go.
I collected a lot of data. We collected millions of observations on everyday use of force that wasn't lethal. We collected thousands of observations on lethal force. And it was in this moment in 2016 that I realized people lose their minds when they don't like the result. So what my paper showed, you'll see tomorrow, like some of you, was that, yes, we saw some bias in the low-level uses of force, every day pushing up against cars and things like that. People seem to like that result. But we didn't find any racial bias in police shootings. Now, that was really surprising to me because I expected to see it. The little-known fact is I had 8 full-time RAs that it took to do this over nearly a year. When I found this surprising result, I hired 8 fresh ones and redid it to make sure. They came up with the same exact answer, and I thought it was robust. And I went to go give it, and my God, all hell broke loose. It was a 104-page, dense, academic economics paper with a 150-page appendix, okay? It was posted for 4 minutes when I got my first email, this is full of shit.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Beep.
This is
Beep.
BS.
This is BS.
All your hard work doesn't match my preconceived notion and narrative that the mainstream media likes to sell me.
Oh, boy.
And by the way, he is a professor at Harvard.
Harvard.
I wonder if he ran that by Claudine Gay to see
I
if there
don't
was
know.
any plagiarism.
Yeah.
Probably not. Sounds like my man did some work.
Might be worth watching that full clip, Nick, and doing a big take on it because I think it's interesting.
Greg, I will ask you once again. To
I'm
please stop-
sorry.
Please stop telling me how to
I apologize.
compose my shows.
I apologize.
I just said that Odyssey never tells me what to say or what not to say.
Yep.
Now Greg is giving me a homework assignment for Tuesday. Actually, it's a good idea.
I'm just here for the good ideas.
Yeah, I actually like that.
Yeah, and I thought you would.
Do we don't have access to the actual hard copy of that link, do we?
I'm sure we can.
I'll take a look during the break.
All right, we have to break.
All right, coming up next, it's a Friday, and we wrap it up with Who Won Twitter Today, Today in Music History, and what is on tap for the Dawn Show just 14 minutes out as we continue Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Have you heard all the talk about fresh pet food? Well, at Dogs and Cats Rule, when it comes to fresh, healthy ingredients, we lead the way. Hi, I'm George Parenti, and I'm here to tell you there's nothing better nutrition-wise than fresh food for your pet. Stop in to one of our 7 neighborhood locations and ask our expert staff how a real, fresh, meat-based diet can change your pet's overall health and well-being. Shop online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
From the team that brought you Amy Poehler's Say More with Dr. Sheila comes the comedy podcast, The Chris Chapman Do-Over, starring Ike Barinholtz as controversial shock jock Chris Chapman, who returns to the airwaves after being canceled.
This is your boy, Chris Chapman. My old show was a victim of a little thing called cancel culture, and I vowed to take a long break and really reflect. But I'm here to announce I'm back, better than ever.
The improvised Chris Chapman Do-Over is an Odyssey and Paper Kite production, starring Ike Barinholtz as Chris Chapman. Listen on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If this cold winter we've endured hasn't yet convinced you to replace your drafty, inefficient windows and doors, then maybe the great people at Guida Door and Window can help by giving you one more month to do so at their best prices of the year. If you haven't taken advantage of Guida's big winter sale, here's your last chance to do so by receiving 40% off every window and door you buy. That's 40% off each expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass, and 40% off any high-quality door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. And you can pay now and buy later with Guida's interest-free financing or low monthly payment plans. This offer will expire at the end of February, so don't let this final chance for big savings pass you by. If your home needs new windows and doors, call the experts at Guida today. Schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is a consumer warning. Countless financial shows have promised the peace of mind that comes only with a crash-proof retirement. Yet time and time again, the claims of these firms are revealed as nothing more than deception. The imitators never last, but their hollow promises have caused irreparable financial damage that continues to plague investors to this day. Don't be fooled by the copycats. No other firm has access to the proprietary crash-proof retirement system that provides market-like returns credited as interest with no market risk or fees to over 5,000 clients through through all economic conditions. So when you hear other firms marketing a financial X-ray, beware. Only Crash Proof Retirement's Financial MRI provides the 44-step in-depth forensic analysis needed to expose the dangers hidden within your portfolio. Be with the originators. Tune in to the one and only Crash Proof Retirement Show, which continues to outlast all financial radio programs as it has for over 15 years. Sunday at 10 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I looked out this morning and the sun was gone. Turned on some music to start my day.
9:51, Kayal and Company. It's a Friday morning as we get set to head into a 3-day weekend. A reminder that all three of us will be off on Monday, the 19th, for President's Day. Sean Faresh will join us as he will guest host the show for all 4 hours Monday morning. So the former President of the United States doing morning drive on 1210 WPHT. Looking forward to that. I know Sean will crush it. And Dawn's going to crush it in just about 8 minutes, and we find out what she has lined up for the top of the hour.
Yeah, so we have the criminal proceedings involving Trump. We also have the civil proceeding involving, we're going to hear more about Judge Engoron, as I call him, Engoron. Will he now release some information or a ruling on Trump's properties, his ability to do business in Manhattan, in New York, the state of New York? So that is expected to come down at some point today. So keep it right here on WPHT, live and local, till 7 o'clock at night. It's supposed to come down by 7 o'clock tonight.
Okay.
I don't know when, but I just want to put that out there. Beth, we're going to have Meg Brock, suburban mom, who I talk a lot about. A lot of news in the burbs, and so we'll get updated with what's going on. You want to hear always this interview with Meg Brock, but some unbelievable happenings in the burbs and what we need to be prepared for. And then coming up at 11:30, retired Sergeant Betsy Brantner Smith. We'll check in with her, National Police Association. I want to ask her specifically about some of what's happening with law enforcement, but there was a police officer in Chester County convicted. They held a trial. What's going on? And are cops on trial? Are these liberal DAs moving out to the burbs? Is this a chilling effect on recruitment? So we'll take a look at recruitment in the suburbs and this chilling impact. We'll look at all of it coming up, and a lot of breaking news.
Okay, the Dawn Show coming up at the top of the hour, as now we get to Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, Friday, February 16th, we celebrate the birthdays of Andy Taylor, the drummer for Duran Duran, and Dave Lombardo of Slayer. One notable album from today is Simon & Garfunkel's This Concert in Central Park, released in '82. Also, the Simpsons song Do the Barman hit actually #1 in the UK on this day in '91. And tickets go on sale today for the upcoming Neil Young and Crazy Horse tour, which I'm looking forward to. His first in a decade. Wow. And since it's been about 30 years since I saw him, I'll definitely be there. He'll be in Camden on May 12th. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Lomquist.
All right, nice work. Phil will be in Bluebell on May 13th if you're wondering where Phil's going to be in the upcoming days. Nice work out of Philip, as always. As we wrap up a Friday show, Greg Stocker with Who Won Twitter today.
Who won Twitter?
Danny Poking won Twitter. He says, all I have to say about Fonny and Nathan is that if you play stupid games, you'll win stupid prizes. Thanks to these two for giving Atlanta a black eye.
Yeah, there you go. Tough one for the 404 these days. And that'll do it for us on this Friday. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is coming up next. Again, we are back on Tuesday morning at 6 a.m. Sean Farash will host the program on Monday from 6 to 10. Have a great weekend, and we will talk to you next week.
Sick of you. I'm sick of all of this. I'm done with it.
As veterans,